Simon & Schuster Audio presents Dark Wild Night by Christina Lauren. Read by Shana Thibodeau and Steve West.
Chapter 1. Lola. I mentally draw the panels of the scene before me as we follow the receptionist down the marble hallway. The woman wears 6-inch black heels. Her legs go on forever. Her hips shift with each step. Her hips shift left. Her hips shift right. Her hips shift left. My agent, Benny, leans in. "Don't be nervous," he whispers. "I'm fine," I lie, but he just snorts in response, straightening. "The deal is all drafted, Lola. You're here to sign, not to impress anyone. Smile. Today is the fun part." I nod, trying to trick my thoughts into agreement. Look at this office. Look at these people. Bright lights, big city. But it's a wasted effort. I've been writing and drawing Razorfish since I was 12, and every single second of the fun part, to me, has been creating it. The terrifying part is walking down a sterile hallway lined with glass-front cubicles and glossy-framed movie posters to sign a 7-figure contract for the film translation. My stomach seems lodged somewhere in my windpipe, and I go back to my safe place. Her hips shift right. Her hips shift left. Her long legs span from the earth up to the clouds. The receptionist stops at a door and opens it. "Here we are." The studio offices are almost obscenely fancy. The entire building feels like the modern equivalent of a castle. Every wall is brushed aluminum and marble. Every door is glass. Each piece of furniture is either marble or black leather. Benny leads us in with confidence, crossing the room to shake hands with the executives on the other side of the table. I follow him in, but when I release the glass door, it swings closed heavily, and the jarring gong of glass, abruptly meeting metal, echoes through the room. A sound broken only by 2 startled gasps coming from across the table. Fuck. I've seen enough photos of myself in stressful public situations in the past 3 months to know that right now I don't look ruffled. I don't duck my head and apologize. I don't slouch or wince, even though as soon as the door slams dissonantly shut, I'm tied into 100,000 knots inside. Apparently, I'm just good at hiding it. The New York Times gave Razorfish a brilliant review, but found me aloof during an interview that I'd believe to be spirited and engaging. The Los Angeles Times described our phone call as a series of long, thoughtful pauses followed by single-word answers, whereas I had told my friend Oliver that I was worried I'd talked their ear off. When I turn to face the executives, I'm unsurprised to find they both look as polished as the architecture. Neither woman across the table says anything about my less-than-subtle entrance, but I swear the slamming echo reverberates throughout the room the entire time I walk from the door to the table. Benny winks and gestures for me to sit down. I find a soft leather chair, smooth my dress over my thighs, and carefully take a seat. My hands are clammy, my heart thundering. I'm counting to 20 over and over to keep from panicking. The panel shows the girl, chin up, with a ball of fire in her lungs. "Lorelei, it's wonderful to meet you face to face." I look to the woman who's spoken and take her offered hand to shake. Her hair is blonde and glossy, perfect makeup, perfect clothes, perfectly expressionless. From my early morning creeping on IMDb, I'm fairly sure she's Angela Marshall, the executive producer who, with her frequent collaborator Austin Adams, fought to win the rights to Razorfish in the bidding war I didn't even know was happening last week. But her hair in the picture was red. My eyes shoot to the woman on her left, but she has soft brown skin, black hair, and enormous brown eyes. Definitely not Angela Marshall. The only person I've seen frequently in magazines and photos is Austin, but there isn't another man besides Benny in the room. "Please, call me Lola. It's nice to meet you." I let the question hang because in normal situations I think this is where the names are exchanged. Instead, the handshake goes on forever, and now I don't know where to direct my effusive gratitude. Why isn't anyone introducing themselves? Am I expected to know every name here? Releasing my hand, the woman finally says, "Angela Marshall." I sense that it was some sort of test. "So good to meet you," I say again. I can't believe. My thought ends there, and they all watch me, waiting to hear what I'm going to say. Truthfully, I could go on for days about all the things I can't believe. I can't believe Razorfish is out in the world. I can't believe people are buying it. And I really can't believe fancy people working at this enormous movie studio are making my graphic novel into a movie. "We can't believe any of it." Benny comes to my rescue but laughs awkwardly. "We're just thrilled about how this all went down. Thrilled." The woman next to Angela gives him the "oh, I'm sure you are" face, because we all know Benny made out pretty great in the deal. 20% of a lot of money. But that realization pulls the other one with it. I made out even better than he did. My life is forever changed with this single transaction. We're here to sign a contract, to discuss casting, to lay out the schedule. The panel shows the girl waking up with a start as a steel rod is shoved into her backbone. I hold my hand out to the other woman. "Hi, sorry, I didn't get your name. I'm Lola Castle." She introduces herself as Roya Lahani and then looks down at some pages in front of her as she takes a breath to start whatever conversation happens in these moments. But before she can speak, the door swings open and the man I recognize as Austin Adams breezes in, letting in a blast of ringing phones, heels clicking down the hall, and voices booming from adjacent rooms. "Lola!" he says to me in a warm, cheerful voice, and then winces as the door crashes shut behind him. Looking to Angela, he says, "I hate that fucking door. When the hell is Julie getting it fixed?" Angela waves her hand in a "don't worry about it" gesture and watches as Austin ignores the seat next to her and pulls out the chair on my right. Sitting down, he studies my face, smiling widely at me. "I'm a huge fan," he says without further preamble, without even introducing himself. "Honestly, I'm just in awe of you." Wow, I say, laughing awkwardly. "Thanks. Please tell me you're working on something new. I'm addicted to your art, your stories, everything." "My next graphic novel is out this fall. It's called Junebug." I sense Austin leaning in excitedly and instinctively add, "I'm still working on it." When I look back up at him, he's just shaking his head at me in wonder. "Is this surreal?" His eyes turn up warmly as his smile softens. "Has it sunk in yet that you're the mastermind behind the next huge action movie?" This line, in this situation where I worry I'm going to hear a lot of empty praise, would normally make me hold my breath in order to tamp down a skeptical reaction. But despite being a big-shot producer and director, Austin already seems so genuine. He's good-looking, but totally disheveled. His reddish-blonde hair looks finger-combed. He's unshaven, in jeans and wearing a button-down shirt that he's misaligned, leaving it longer at the hem on the right side than the left. The starched collar is tucked in on one side, too. He's a very expensive mess. "Thanks," I say, balling my hands together so I don't start to fidget with my earlobe or my hair. "I mean it," he adds, leaning both elbows on his thighs, still focusing only on me. I'm not sure he's even acknowledged Benny yet. My knuckles have gone white. I know we're supposed to say that, but in this case, it's really true. I was obsessed from the very first page and told Angela and Roya we had to have it. "We agreed," Roya chimes in unnecessarily. "Well," I say, struggling to find something other to say than another thank you. "That's great. I'm glad that it seems to have grabbed a little audience." "Little?" He scoffs, leaning back in his chair and glancing down at his shirt before doing a double take. "Oh, motherfuck, I can't even dress myself." I pull my lower lip into my mouth to crush the laugh that is threatening to burst from my throat. This entire situation was sending me into mute panic territory until he walked in. I grew up shopping at Goodwill. We were on food stamps for a few years, and I still drive a 1989 Chevy. I can't even process how this is going to change my life, and the sterile Stepford sisters across the table only add to the foreign atmosphere of the room. But Austin seems like someone I can imagine working with. "I know you've been asked this before," he says, "because I've read the interviews, but I want to hear it from you, the true inside scoop. What made you start writing this book? What really inspired you?" I have indeed been asked this before, so many times, in fact, that I have a standard canned answer. I love the everyday female superhero because she gives us an opportunity to handle complicated social and political imbalances head-on, in popular culture and art. I wrote Quinn Stone as the every girl, in the spirit of Clarice Starling or Sarah Connor. She becomes a hero via her own bootstraps. Quinn is found by a strange, fish-like man from another time dimension. This creature, Razor, helps Quinn find the courage to fight for herself and her community, and in so doing, he realizes he doesn't want to leave her to go home, even when he eventually can. The idea came to me from a dream where a big, muscular man covered in scales was in my room telling me to clean up my closet. The rest of the day I wondered what it would be like if he really did show up in my bedroom. I named him Razorfish. I imagined my razor wouldn't give a crap about my messy closet. He'd tell me to get the hell up and fight for something. But that isn't the answer that bubbles up today. I was pissed off, I admit. I thought grown-ups were either assholes or fuck-ups. I watch Austin's green eyes go a little wide before he exhales, nodding subtly in understanding. I was angry with my dad for being a mess and my mom for being such a coward. I'm sure it's why I dreamt of Razorfish in the first place. He's abrasive and doesn't always understand Quinn, but deep down he loves her and wants her to be looked after. Drawing him, and how he initially doesn't understand her humanity but then trains her to fight and eventually defers to her. Getting lost in their little story was the treat I gave myself when I finished dishes and homework and was alone at night. The room is quiet and I feel an unfamiliar need to fill the space. I liked seeing Razor start to appreciate the ways Quinn is strong that aren't classic. She's scrawny. She's quiet. She's not built like an Amazon. Her strengths are more subtle. She's observant. She trusts herself without question. I want to make sure that's captured. There's a lot of violence and action there, but Razor doesn't have a revelation about her when she learns to throw a punch. He has a revelation about her when she figures out how to stand up to him. I glance at Benny. This is the most open I've ever been about my life and my book, and surprise is clear on his face. How old were you when your mom left? Austin guesses. He's acting like there isn't anyone else in the room with us, and it's easy to pretend there isn't, the way everyone has grown so still. 12, right after my dad got back from Afghanistan. The room seems to be swallowed by silence after I say this, and Austin finally heaves out a sigh. Well, that's shit. Finally, I laugh. He leans in again, eyes insistent when he says, I love this story, Lola. I love these characters. We've got a screenwriter who will knock this out of the park. Do you know Langdon McAfee? I shake my head, embarrassed, because the way he says it makes me feel like I should, but Austin waves away the question. He's great. Laid back, smart, organized. He wants to co-write this with you. I open my mouth at this unexpected revelation. Me? Co-writing a screenplay? And nothing but a choking noise comes out. Austin keeps talking through my stunned reaction. I want to talk a lot, okay? He's already nodding as if prompting me. I want this to be everything you want it to be. Leaning in, he smiles and says, I want you to see your dream come to life. Tell me the details again, Oliver says. I'm not sure you were speaking English the first time. He's right. I've barely caught my breath, let alone remembered how to make words, since I tripped into his comic book store, Downtown Graphic, already babbling. Oliver looked up when I burst in, his sweet smile slowly dissolving into confusion as I spilled 1,000 incoherent words and my emotions all over the floor. I spent 2 hours on the drive back from L.A. on the phone with my dad, struggling to process the rest of the meeting. Not that it really helped, because here, saying it out loud in front of one of my favorite people makes it surreal all over again. In the 8 months we've been friends, I don't think Oliver has ever seen me like this, stuttering and breathless and near tears because I'm so overwhelmed. I pride myself on being steady and unruffled, even with my friends, and so I'm trying to get myself together, but goddamn, it is hard. They're making a movie out of my childhood ideas. Okay, I start again, taking a huge breath and blowing it out slowly. Last week, Benny called and said something was going on with a film option. I thought he sent it out. Months ago, I interrupt. Right? It's always silence before the explosion, I guess. Because on the drive from his office to their office this morning, he told me it sold in this insane bidding war. I press my palm to my forehead. I'm sweating. Look at me. I'm sweating. He does look, eyes softening as he laughs, then shakes his head a little before he blinks back down at the box he's cutting open. This is unbelievable, Lola. Keep talking. Columbia and Touchstone won, I tell him. We drove to the offices and I met some people today. And? He looks back up at me and he pulls a stack of books out of the box. Did they impress? I flounder, remembering how it felt when Austin turned his attention to everyone else in the room and the meeting dissolved into a blur of acronyms and under-the-breath instructions to make note of Langdon's schedule for the script kickoff and see if we can get the P&L to Mitchell by noon. Yes, there were a couple people there who were sort of quiet and stiff, but the executive producer, Austin Adams, is so genuinely nice. I was so overwhelmed that I don't know how much I was processing. I run both hands into my hair and tilt my head up to the ceiling. This is all so insane. A movie. A movie, Oliver repeats. And when I look back at him, I see him watching me with his mysterious, warm blue eyes. He licks his lips, and I have to look away. Oliver is both my former husband and my current crush, but it will forever remain unrequited. Our marriage was never really a marriage. It was that thing we did in Vegas. Of course, the other two couples who hooked up in Vegas, our friends Mia and Ansel and Harlow and Finn, are happily married. But Oliver and I occasionally, especially when drunk, like to commend ourselves for being the only ones who did the shotgun Vegas wedding thing like normal people, with nothing but regret, an annulment, and a hangover. Given the emotional distance he's always kept, I'm pretty sure he's the one out of the two of us who really means it when he praises our choice. And it isn't just, oh, we like the idea, let's buy this option and sit on it, I say. They bought it and already have a director in mind. We talked about possible casting choices today. They have a big effects guy asking to be involved. Unreal, he murmurs, leaning forward to give me his undivided attention. And if I didn't know Oliver better, I would think he just glanced at my mouth. But I do know him better. He just looks at every part of my face when I'm speaking. He's the best listener. And I'm going to co-write the script, I tell him, a little breathless. And his eyes widen. Lola, holy hell! While I launch into a replay of the entire meeting this morning, Oliver goes back to unpacking the newest shipment of comics, looking up at me occasionally wearing his absorbed little smile. I thought that over time I might figure out what he's thinking, how he's reacting to something, but he's still largely unreadable to me. The loft apartment I share with my friend London is only 2 blocks away from Oliver's comic store, and even though I see him nearly every day, I still feel like I spend half the time we're together trying to work through what he might have meant by this or that single-syllable answer or lingering smile. If I were more like Harlow, I would simply ask. So you're looking forward to seeing it on the screen? He asks. We haven't talked about this because it all happened so fast. I know some artists aren't wild about the idea of an adaptation. Are you kidding? I ask. How can he be serious with that question? The only thing I love more than comics is movies based on comics. It's overwhelming, but amazing. And then I remember that there is an email with 17 scripts attached in my inbox for me to read as reference, and a wave of nausea sweeps through my torso. It's a little like building a house, though, I tell him. I just want to be at the part where I can go live in it and skip all the parts where I have to pick out fixtures and knobs. Let's just hope they don't George Clooney your Batman, he says. I give him my best eyebrow wiggle. They can George Clooney anything of mine they want, sir. Not Joe, Oliver's sole employee and a mohawked stoner we all feel a certain pet owner level of fondness for, steps into view from behind some shelves. Clooney is gay, you know that, right? Oliver and I both ignore this. In fact, I add, if George Clooney is ever accepted into the Oxford English Dictionary as a verb, that activity is immediately getting added to my bucket list. As in, have you ever been George Clooney'd? Oliver asks. Exactly. We went for a walk and then George Clooney'd until around 2. Good night. Oliver nods, putting some pens away in a drawer. I'd probably have to add that to my bucket list, too. See, this is why we're friends, I tell him. Being near him is like a dose of Xanax. I can't help but be calmed. You would get that George Clooney as a verb would be such a monumental thing that, gay or straight, you'd want a piece of it. He's totally gay, Not Joe says, louder this time. Oliver makes a skeptical noise, finally looking over at him. I don't reckon he is, though. He got married. Really? Not Joe asks, coming to rest his elbows on the counter. But if he was, would you do him? I raise my hand. Yes, absolutely. I wasn't asking you, Not Joe says, waving me away. Who's the front and who's the back? Oliver asks. Like, am I getting George Clooney'd by George Clooney, or am I doing the Clooneying? Oliver, Not Joe says. He's George fucking Clooney. He doesn't get Clooney'd. We're turning into idiots, I mumble. They both ignore me, and Oliver finally shrugs. Yeah, okay, why not? Like actually losing IQ points, I interject again. Not Joe pretends to grab a pair of hips and thrusts back and forth. This, you'd let him? Shrugging defensively, Oliver says, Joe, I get what we're talking about here. I also get what the man-on-man sex would look like. What I'm saying is, if I'm going to be with a guy, why not bad Batman? I wave a hand in front of his face. We should get back to the part where my comic is going to be a movie, though. Oliver turns to me and relaxes, and his smile is so sweet it makes everything inside me melt. We absolutely should. That's bloody brilliant, Lola. He tilts his head, his blue eyes holding mine. I'm really fucking proud for you right now. I smile and then suck my bottom lip into my mouth because when Oliver looks at me like that, I can't even be a little cool. But it would terrify him to see me swoon over him. It's just not what we do. So, how are you going to celebrate? He asks. I look around the store as if the answer is right in front of me. Hang out here? I don't know. Maybe I should do some work. No, you've been traveling constantly. And even when you are home, you're always working, he says. Snorting, I tell him, says the guy who is in his store every waking hour. Oliver considers me. They're making your movie, Lola, love. And the nickname makes my heart spin in my chest. You need to do something big tonight. So, like Fred's, I say. This is our usual routine. Why pretend we're fancy? Oliver shakes his head. Let's go somewhere downtown so you don't have to worry about driving. But then you have to drive back to Pacific Beach, I argue. Not Joe pretends to play the violin behind us. I don't mind, Oliver says. I don't think Finn and Ansel are around, but I'll round up the girls. He scratches his stubbly jaw. I do wish I could take you to dinner or something, but Oh, God, don't worry. The idea of Oliver leaving his store to take me out to dinner makes me both giddy and totally panicky. It's not like the building would catch fire if he left here before dark, but it doesn't mean my body doesn't feel that instinctive panic. I'll just head home and freak out alone in my room for a bit and then get exceedingly drunk later. His smile melts me. Sounds good. I thought you had a date tonight, Not Joe says to Oliver, coming up behind him with a giant stack of books. Oliver blanches. No, it wasn't. It's not. We aren't. A date? I feel my eyebrows inch up as I try to ignore the growing knot in my stomach. No, it's not like that, he insists. Just the chick across the street who works. Hard Rock Allison, Not Joe sings. My heart drops. This isn't just the chick across the street, but someone we've all remarked upon once or twice for her keen interest in Oliver. But I work to give an outwardly positive reaction. Shut up, I yell, smacking Oliver's shoulder and adding in a dramatic French accent, a very hot date. Oliver growls at me, rubbing the spot and pretending it hurt more than it did. He nods to Not Joe. She wanted to bring us both dinner, here in the store. Yeah, so she could bang you, Not Joe cuts in. Or maybe because she's nice, Oliver says, a playful challenge in his voice. Anyway, I'd rather go out and celebrate Lola's movie. I'll text Allison and let her know. I'm sure Hard Rock Allison is a nice woman, but right now, knowing Oliver has her cell number, knowing he can just casually text her to change some plans they made, I sort of want her to get hit by a train in the blackened soul way that you want horrible things to happen to the new girlfriend. Allison is pretty and outgoing and so tiny she could fit in my messenger bag. This is the first time I've been faced with the prospect of Oliver dating. The first time our friendship has been faced with this, at least as far as I know. We got married and divorced in less than a day, and it's clear he was never really into me, but we've never discussed dates with other people before. How should I react here? Cool, I decide, after checking myself. Happy for him. Definitely reschedule, I say, giving him the most genuine smile I can manage. She's cute. Take her to Bally High. It's so pretty there. He looks up at me. I've been meaning to go there for ages. You love that place. You should come along. Oliver, you can't bring me along on a date. His eyes go wide behind his glasses. It's not. I wouldn't, he says, adding quickly. Lola, it wouldn't be a bloody date. Okay, so he's clearly not into Allison. The knot in my stomach uncoils, and I have to stare at the countertop with mighty concentration to keep from smiling. After a few deep breaths, I succeed. I look back up at him, and he's still watching me, expression as calm as the surface of a lake in a canyon. What are you thinking? I want to ask. But definitely don't. Lola, he starts. I swallow, unable to keep from blinking for just a second, down to his mouth. I love his mouth. It's wide. His bottom lip and top lip are the same size. Full but not feminine. I've drawn it 100 times. With lips barely parted, lips pressed closed, with lips curved in his tiny smile or arched in his thoughtful frown. Lips with teeth sharply sawing across, or once his mouth soft and open in an obscene gasp. The count of 2 is all I get before I look back up at his eyes. Yeah? It's a year before he answers, and by the time he does, I've gone through a million possibilities for what he'll say next. Have you ever thought about kissing me? Reckon we could go shag in the back room? Would you ever cosplay Zatanna? But he simply asks, what did Harlow say when you told her about the movie? I take a deep breath, shutting down the image of him leaning forward and putting his mouth right up against mine. Oh, I was going to call her next. And then what I've just said sinks in. Oliver's eyebrows go to his hairline, and beside him, Not Joe makes a high-pitched noise of panic that tells me either the cops are at the door or we're all going to be murdered by Harlow, and it's my fault. Oh, shit. Why did I do that? I ask, covering my mouth. Harlow is always the one I tell after Dad. She would kill me if she knew I came here. What was I thinking, telling you first? I take a step closer and give them both my most threatening face. You cannot tell her you knew before she did and that I've been here for a half an hour. Not Joe interrupts helpfully. A half hour, I cry. She will cut us into tiny pieces and bury us in the desert. Call her right the fuck now, then, Oliver says, pointing a finger at me. I am not prepared to face Harlow with an axe.
Chapter 2. Oliver. When did you know, Oliver? I look up across the table and grin. Know what, Harlow? Don't be cute. She glances to the side to make sure Lola is still at the bar. When did you know that the movie was optioned and greenlit in one swoop? She looks back and forth between Joe and me, waiting. But Joe bends to take an enormous bite of his burger, leaving me to answer. Today, I hedge. It's a bullshit answer, because even Lola only found out this morning. Harlow wants me to report down to the hour. Harlow narrows her eyes at me, but tucks her smart reply away when Lola returns, carrying a tray of shots. She glances over at me and gives me her secret little grin. I'm not even sure she knows she does it. It starts with her lips turning up at the corners, eyes turning down just slightly, and then she blinks slowly, like she's just captured me in a photograph. And if she had, the image would show a man who is deeply, bloody lovesick. There's a scene in Amazing Spider-Man 25 when Mary Jane Watson is first introduced. Her face is obscured from both the reader and Peter Parker, and up until this point, Peter has only known her as the girl his aunt wants him to ask out on a date. That nice Watson girl next door. Peter isn't interested. If his aunt likes her, Mary Jane is not his type. Then in issue 42, her face is revealed, and Peter realizes just how amazing she is. It's a gut punch moment. Peter's been an idiot. This is as good an analogy as any to describe my relationship with Lorelei Castle. I was married to Lola for exactly 13.5 hours, and if I were a smarter man, maybe I would have taken the chance while I had it, instead of assuming, just because she was wearing a short dress and getting drunk in Vegas, that she wasn't my type. But a few hours later, we were all drunk, and impulsively all married. While our friends defiled hotel rooms and each other, Lola and I walked for miles, talking about everything. It's easy to share confidences with strangers, and even easier when drunk, so by the middle of the night I felt quite intimate with her. Somewhere the strip turned dark, hinting at the seedy underbelly the city has to offer, and Lola stopped to look up at me. The tiny diamond Marilyn piercing in her lip caught the light, and I grew mesmerized by the soft pink of her mouth, long since rubbed free of lipstick. I'd lost my buzz, was already thinking about how we'd deal with the annulments the next day, and she quietly asked if I wanted to get a room somewhere, together. But I didn't. I didn't, because by the time she made it an option, I knew she wasn't one-night stand material. Lola was the kind of girl I could lose my mind for. Only, as soon as she returned to San Diego, her life exploded in a hurricane. First, her graphic novel, Razorfish, was published, and quickly stampeded onto every top 10 list on the comic scene. And then it went mainstream, showing up in major retailers, with the New York Times calling it the next major action franchise. The rights to her book have just sold to a major motion picture studio, and today she met the executives putting millions into the project. I'm not sure she even has a millisecond of time to think about romance, but it's fine. I think about it enough for the both of us. I don't know who started the tradition that the birthday girl cuts her own cake, Lola says, sliding a shot glass of questionably green alcohol in front of me. Or this new version where the girl whose movie is being made buys the shots. But I'm not a fan. No, Mia objects. It's that the girl who is about to run off to Hollywood buys the shots. As penance, Harlow says. In advance. Everyone turns to give their best skeptical look to Harlow. Compared to the rest of us, Harlow's entire existence is rooted in Hollywood. Raised by an actress mother and Oscar-winning cinematographer father, and married to a man who is about to be a breakout Adventure Channel star, I'm pretty sure we're all thinking the same thing. If Hollywood entrenchment determines who is footing the bill, Harlow should be buying the shots. As if sensing this, she waves her hand, saying, Shut up. I'll buy the next round. Everyone raises their shot glass to the middle, and Harlow delivers the toast. To the baddest badass that ever lived, Lorelei Louise Castle. Go fucking conquer, girl. Hear, hear, I say, and Lola catches my eye, giving me her secret grin one more time. We clink our glasses, Harlow, Mia, Joe, Lola, London, and I, and tilt back our shots before giving in to an oddly synchronized shudder. Lola's roommate, London, gags. Green chartreuse. She coughs, and her blonde hair is piled in a messy bun on top of her head. It bobs precariously as she shakes her head. Should be outlawed. It's god-awful, I agree. I had the bartender make up something called Celebration, Lola says with a grimace, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Sorry, I feel like I need a shower now. Mia coughs. That guy must equate celebration with pain. She steals my beer and takes a swig before turning back to Lola. I so rarely get to hang out with Mia without Ansel attached to some part of her. It's actually quite nice to get her alone and excited to socialize. She's sweetly delicate, in the way a little sister might be.
So let's hear it, Miss Fancy. Tell us about this morning.
Lola sighs, sipping her water before giving a wide-eyed, awestruck shrug.
Honestly, what is this life, you guys?
I lean back against the booth and listen fondly as Lola recounts much of what I've already heard. In truth, I imagine I could hear it 100 times and it would never really sink in. I can't imagine how it must feel for her. Lola, who by her own admission spends more time talking to the people in her head than to the people all around her, is truly brilliant. As much as possible, I try to temper my reactions to her work, because I know in part it's carried by my affection for her. And anyway, it's not like I can blab on to her constantly about how the creator is a fucking genius and one of the smartest, sexiest people I know. But I do emphasize however often I can to customers that the book itself is fresh and unlike anything I've ever read before, and yet it feels familiar. Razorfish makes me feel that same buzz I felt as a kid, picking up my first comic from the local newsagent. I'd been obsessed with the strength, the battles, the power of a story told in words and colour. At age 11, I was the tallest, skinniest kid in Year 7, our first year of high school, and aptly nicknamed Stick Boy by the class bullies. Even when my mates caught up by Year 11, the name still stuck. But by then, I'd towered over the other boys for so long, and had begun cycling everywhere. I wasn't skinny anymore. I was strong and dominating in school sports. Stick Boy was the name of a superhero, not a coward. I look at Lola and marvel over how similar we are. Lonely childhoods turning us into introverted yet ambitious adults, and how central comics have been to both our lives. But while she's still floating on the cloud of her new venture, reeling about the surreal offices, laughing about the stiff beginning to the meeting and the explosion of Austin into the room, I need the edge rubbed off a bit and pick up my beer, taking a sip. I need to file down my senses enough to let some of this process. Truly, Lola's life is about to change. What has up to this point been mostly a passion for her is quickly becoming a business, which will bring tensions and problems that I can relate to perhaps more than she realizes. Besides, Lola is wildly talented, but she's still sheltered. Hollywood can make dreams happen, but it can also be harsh and ruthless. I want to push back the uneasy reflex that wants to fuss a bit over her, that worries, that thinks this is going to break her, or, at the very least, dull a brilliantly creative piece of her, the part that created all of this in the first place. And I'm not sure it's worth sacrificing for a slice of the life dream real estate. It makes me want to protect her, to tell her to listen to those voices inside her head, because to Lola, those voices are more real to her than the majority of those in her life, and have been for much of her life since childhood. It was the same way with me. I grew up with no siblings and absentee parents. My grandparents took custody of me when I was a kid, but I was 8, and more interested in Superman and Batman than I was in what Gran had watched on telly that day, or the people who came through my granddad's shop. Just as she's getting to the end, to where the logistical details started to feel as though they were raining down, and it all became more blurry and jargon-filled, her phone lights up on the table, and she glances down and then shoves back in the booth, eyes bolting to mine.
It's Austin.
That she looks to me right now, not Harlow, London, or Mia, makes my heart light up. A sparking flare thrown into the cavern at my chest. Answer it, I urge, nodding to the phone. She fumbles, nearly knocking it off the table, before answering at the last minute with a rushed,
"Hello?"
I don't have the benefit of hearing the other side of the conversation, so I'm not sure what makes her blush and smile before saying,
"Hi, Austin. Sorry, no. I just almost didn't get to the phone on time."
She listens intently, and we all stare intently, getting only one side of the exchange.
I'm still a little shell-shocked, she tells him. But I am okay.
She lifts her eyes to scan the table, saying,
Yes, out with some friends. Just a neighborhood bar. In San Diego.
She laughs.
That's a crazy long drive, Austin.
The fuck? I look up at Harlow, who turns to me at the same time. Seems to be thinking the same thing. He's not driving down here, is he? I glance at my watch. It's nearly 10 and would take 2 hours.
I'm excited too,
she's saying, and reaches up to play with her earring.
Well, I've never written a script before, so my goal here is just to be useful.
She giggles at his reply. Giggles. My eye snapped to Harlow's again. Lola giggles with us. She does not giggle with people she met only hours ago. Unless that person is me, in Vegas. And I fucking prefer to think that situation is unique.
I can't wait to hear them. No, I won't. Opinions are good. I know. Sorry. It's loud here. Okay, I will.
She nods.
I will. I promise.
Another fucking giggle.
Okay. Okay, bye.
She hits end on the call and exhales, before sliding her eyes up to me.
That was Austin.
I laugh, saying, So I heard. Even with an awkward, foreign object suddenly lodged in my chest, I can appreciate how exciting this must be, to be so immediately comfortable with the person at the helm of the most important creative work in her life so far.
He's not driving down from L.A., is he?
London asks, with, if I'm not mistaken, a hint of suspicion in her voice. I have always liked London.
No,
Lola says, grinning down at the table.
He just joked about it.
For a few moments, we all just sit there, staring at her. Harlow is the first to break.
Well, why the fuck did he call?
Lola looks up, surprised.
Oh, he just wanted to know that I was okay after the meeting, and that he was putting together some thoughts on translating the first bit into a film.
The first bit? I repeat. She shakes her head in a staccato, overwhelmed gesture, and a strand of her long, straight hair catches against her lipstick. I can't help it. I reach forward to pull it away, but she does too, and her fingers get there before mine. I quickly drop my hand and feel the way Harlow turns to me, but I can't look away from Lola, who is staring up at me, eyes full of silent frenzy.
Holy shit, Oliver.
Beside us, London picks up her phone.
I'm going to Google this Austin Adams character.
I've always really liked her. The first bit? I repeat to Lola, more gently.
He was saying the studio sees 3 films.
She practically squeaks.
And he has some ideas he wants to talk to me about.
Harlow swears. Mia squeals. Joe grins widely at her, but Lola covers her face with a tiny shriek of panic.
Holy shit!
London yells.
This guy is hot.
She turns her phone out for us to see. Okay, maybe I don't like London as much as I thought I did. Ignoring her, I remind Lola, this is good, as I gently coax her arms down. Unable to help it, I add, he wants to talk to you about it now. Do you have to go to LA again tomorrow? She shakes her head.
I think by phone at some point. I mean, I can barely imagine co-writing 1 script, let alone 3.
She says, and then presses her fingertips to her lips. Collaboration is what this one is all about, I remind her. Isn't that what Austin told you earlier today? Seeing her grow more worried helps me keep my own trepidation at bay. Maybe in the 2nd and 3rd films you can drive even more of the process. But this is great, right? She nods urgently, soaking up my confidence. But then her shoulders slump and she gives a small, self-deprecating laugh.
I don't know how to do this.
I feel her hand come over mine, shaking and clammy.
This requires more alcohol,
Harlow says, triumphantly unfazed, and in my peripheral vision, I see her getting up for more shots. Joe reaches over, rubbing the back of Lola's neck.
Lola, you're a star in the middle of a pile of gravel. You're going to reign.
I nod, agreeing with him.
You've got this. No one knows this story better than you. You're there to guide it. They're the experts on the film side.
She exhales, forming her soft lips into a sweet O, and holding on to my gaze like it's keeping her from melting down. Does she know how I want to be her courage?
Okay,
she says, repeating.
Okay.
Eventually, we manage to polish off 5 shots each, and have moved on from the insanity of Lola's day to a raucous debate over how the world is going to end. As usual, we have Joe to thank for it. But Lola is rosy and dissolving into her adorable snickery giggles with every impassioned suggestion. Zombies, electromagnetic pulse, alien invasions, and at least seems completely, happily distracted.
I'm telling you, it's going to be the fucking livestock,
Joe tells us, barely missing Harlow's wineglass when he sweeps his hand in a total destruction gesture.
Some sort of cow or swine flu, maybe some bird thing. Rabies,
Mia says, nodding in drunken slowness.
No, not rabies,
he says, shaking his head.
Something we don't even know yet. You're a ray of sunshine.
London pokes him in the shoulder, and he turns to look at her.
It's a matter of fact, he says. Fucking chickens are going to be our ruination.
Lola finger shoots herself in the head and pretends to collapse onto me, convulsing in fake death. Her hair sweeps across my arm, my skin bare beyond the short sleeve of my t-shirt, and for the first time, I don't fight the urge to touch it. I cup my hand over her scalp and slide it down, dragging my fingers through her hair. She tilts her head and looks up at me.
Oliver must be drunk,
she announces in a slur, though it seems I'm the only one who hears it.
Why's that?
I ask. My smile down at her is a subconscious thing, instinct in response to her proximity.
Because you're touching me,
she says a little more quietly. I lean back a little to see her face better. I touch you plenty. She shakes her head, and it's slow and lolling against my arm, finally thumping back against the booth.
Like a buddy. That was like a lover.
My blood turns to mercury. If only she knew. Was it?
Mm-hmm.
She looks tired, eyelids heavily demanding rest.
Sorry then,
Lola love, I say, brushing her bangs to the side of her forehead. She shakes her head dramatically, one side completely to the other.
Don't be. You're my hero.
I laugh, but she sits up in a surprising burst of movement and says,
I'm serious. What would I do without you right now?
She points to Harlow.
She's married.
She points to Mia.
She's married too.
Apparently having tuned in, London leans forward.
I'm not married. No,
Lola says, giving her an enormous, drunken grin.
But you're always surfing, or bartending, or busy rejecting men.
Joe nods, and London slaps his chest playfully.
So, Oliver is my hero,
she says, turning back to me.
My rock, my sounding rod.
Her eyebrows come together.
Lightning rod?
Sounding board, I whisper.
Right,
she snaps.
That.
Lola lowers her voice and leans in close. So close my heart is a stuttering, wild thing in my throat.
Don't you ever leave me.
I won't, I tell her. Fuck. I couldn't. I want to wrap her up and carry her around, protecting her from all of the insincere, greedy people she's destined to meet.
Don't,
she says, holding a weaving, threatening, drunken finger in my face. I lean in, biting the tip, and her eyes go wide. I won't, I say around it. And fuck if I don't want to lean in farther and nip her lips too.
Chapter 3. Lola. I'm a zombie before coffee, especially after a night of shots and celebration and who knows what else. I don't even remember walking home from the bar, so I don't fully believe my eyes when I find Oliver asleep on my couch at 7 a.m. He's sprawled awkwardly, so long and angled. One of his feet is flat on the floor, the other hangs over the end of the couch. His shirt rides up to his ribs, exposing a flat stomach cut down the middle with a dark line of hair. Limp-legged, arms askew, and with his neck at an angle that will be sore when he wakes. He's really here, and he looks amazing. It isn't the first time he's crashed at my place. The loft is only a few blocks from the store, so we gave Oliver a key in case he ever needed to let one of us in, fix a leaky faucet, or make a quick sandwich on a break. In the 8 months I've known him, he's slept here twice. One night he worked so late before the store's grand opening he could barely walk to our place, let alone drive home. He was gone before I was awake. Another night we'd gone out after the store closed and had too many drinks for any of us to operate a moving vehicle. But that time it had been the whole tangle of us, with random bodies crashing on any available soft surface. London is already up and gone, surfing, most likely, and I've never had the joy of waking up and finding him here, alone. Admittedly, I'm being super creepy, staring at him while he's still asleep, and I'll make every effort to feel bad about it later, but right now, I just love seeing him first thing in the morning. Absolutely relish it. I know it's only a matter of time before Oliver's stress about opening the store lessens and he can focus on other areas of his life, like dating, like Hard Rock Allison. Heaven knows he has enough girls hanging out at the store, hoping the hot owner will notice them. I don't like the idea, but I know eventually it's going to happen. The obliterating distraction of career has been true for me, too, and all of the travel recently has allowed me to keep my head in the sand about how much I genuinely like him. It's allowed me to be happy taking whatever I can get. But in the past few weeks, even with things feeling more insane than ever, I've emerged from the fog. I've had to admit to myself that I want him, and last night we were more flirtatious than we've ever been. The memory trips a fluttery, anxious beat in my chest. When we met in Vegas, he was good-looking and interesting and had the sexiest accent I'd ever heard, but I didn't know him. He didn't want me, no big deal. But spending time with him, nearly all of my free time, if I'm being honest, and having him be such a fixture in my life has made the minor gnaw of desire grow into this painful kind of ache. Now I know him, but I don't know his heart. Not that way. And lately, I want to. I want to tell him, just give me a week of you and your lips and your laugh in my bed. Just 1 week, and then I think I'll be okay. It's a lie, of course. Even having never kissed him beyond the quick, soft kiss at our sham of a wedding, I know I would be worse off if I had him for a week and then lost him. My heart would be warped afterward, like a wool sweater loaned to a body too big and growing misshapen until it doesn't fit quite right anymore. Who knows? Maybe I came to Oliver misshapen to begin with. But unlike every boyfriend I've had, a couple of weeks here, a month there, Oliver never seems to poke at the tender spots, needing to know every detail. Instead, he's collected my details as they've been offered. Maybe it's why he's still so close to me. I haven't yet had the chance to ruin it by clamming up exactly when intimacy is needed. Our first night, while our best friends were breaking headboards in Vegas hotel rooms with their libidos, Oliver and I walked up and down the strip talking about work, about writing and illustrating, about the portrayal of women in comics, about the books we were currently reading. We talked about Razorfish and about his store, vaguely. I didn't even know early on that he would be moving to San Diego. It was so easy being with him. Like a tiny taste of something delicious I want to keep eating until I explode. Somewhere at the tail end of the chaos on the strip, I'd grown brave enough to stop him mid-step and, with a tentative hand on his arm, turn him to face me. "Our rooms are probably being used," I started, staring at his chin before forcing my eyes to his. He smiled, and it was the first time I realized how perfect his teeth are, white and even, with uniquely sharp canines that made him nearly wolfish, how smooth his lips are, how blue his eyes are behind his glasses. "Probably. But we could—" I trailed off, blinking to the side. He waited, watching me, eyes never betraying that he knew exactly what I was going to say. I looked back up at his face, finding my bravery. "We could get a room for the night if you wanted. Together." His expression remained exactly the same. Oliver's amazing poker face held that gentle smile, that non-judgmental, soft gaze, and he very politely declined. I was mortified, but eventually got over it, and we've never spoken about it since. Later, when I discovered he'd moved here and we had these people in common and this passion for comics in common too, we saw each other all the time, and the awkwardness of that rejection dissolved. In its place came sort of a perfect friendship. Oliver doesn't judge, he doesn't mock, he doesn't push. He doesn't mind my quiet moods where all I want to do is bend over a scrap of paper and draw. He doesn't mind when I get worked up over something and babble for an entire hour. He's honest in this completely easy way when I show him my new story ideas. He plays weird music for me and makes me sit and listen because even if I hate it, he wants me to understand why he likes it. He could talk about everything from Veronica Mars to Gen 13 to NPR to car repair, or he can just as easily not talk at all, which I sort of love too. He listens, he's funny, he's kind. He's entirely his own self, and that easy confidence is only part of what makes him nearly irresistible. The fact that he's tall, gorgeous, and has the most perfect smile doesn't hurt either. 2 months after our marriage and annulment, I brought him over to meet my dad, Greg. That night, sometime over barbecued chicken and a bag of chips with salsa, and while I was off in the backyard trying to capture the sunset with oils, Oliver heard the rest of my story. Dad came home from his 3rd tour in Afghanistan when I was 12, and he was a complete mess. He went from being a celebrated triage nurse to being an honorably discharged veteran, unable to sleep and hiding OxyContin in the kitchen. Mom couldn't even take a month of it before she left in the middle of the night without anything as formal as a goodbye to either of us. I tried to pick up Dad's pieces. Dad tried to pick up my pieces, and we muddled through for a few years until we realized we each had to carry our own pieces. It wasn't good, but it got better, and my relationship with my father is one of the most cherished things I'll ever have. I tell him nearly every thought I have, no matter how small. It's what allows me to keep them mostly inside the rest of the time. I'd rather lose the sun than him. I never knew exactly what Dad said to Oliver, but after that night, instead of ever asking about it, Oliver just folded it into the Lola canon and let it be. Little details would come out in conversation, the shorthand that so far I've only ever had with Harlow and Mia, showing me that he knew more than I'd ever told him. Mia and Harlow had been in my life when it all happened, so I'd never had to download it all in one sitting. But if there was ever anyone else I wanted to know me that well, it was Oliver. After a few beers, almost a month ago, I'd finally asked him, "So, how much of my origin story did my dad tell you?" He'd stilled mid-sip with his beer bottle touching his lips and then slowly set it down. "He told me his version, from when you were small until now." "Do you want to hear mine?" Oliver turned to me and he nodded. "Course I do. Someday. Whenever and however it comes out." I'd almost kissed him that night, nearly been brave enough, because when I told him that I wanted to hear his story too, he'd looked so grateful, so full of what on my face would mean love, that it was the first and only time I'd thought maybe he was in just as deep as I was. And I had to ruin it by looking back down at the table. When I looked up again, the poker face was firmly in place, and he'd changed the subject. I'm thinking about all of this now, watching him sleep. I'm also wishing he could wake up so I can grind some coffee beans. But my phone does the job as it starts barking at top volume on the counter. Benny's trademark ring. Hello? I answer as fast as I can, nearly dropping my phone. Oliver bolts upright at the sound, looking around wildly. I wave my hand from the kitchen until he sees me and then relaxes. He wipes his face and looks at me in this bare, tender way. It's the same way he looked at me that night a month ago in the bar. His lips part a little, eyes narrowed so he can see me without the benefit of his glasses. His smile is the sun coming out from behind a cloud. "Hi," he says, voice raspy and broken a little from sleep. "Lola, it's Benny." Benny's voice rips through the phone. "I've got Angela on the line." "Oh?" I murmur, stuck on Oliver's face. As I watch, it transitions from relieved and happy to a little confused as he looks around the room. He sits up and props his elbows on his thighs, putting his head in his hands, groaning, "Fuck my head." Harlow once said the way someone looks at you when you're the first person they see in the morning is the best way to gauge how they feel. I blink down to the counter and drag my nail between two tiles to keep from trying to interpret Oliver's early morning expressions. "It's early, sorry for that," Angela says. "You okay?" "I'm pre-coffee," I admit. "I'm not much of anything yet." Oliver looks up and laughs from the couch, and Angela laughs less genuinely across the line. I put it on speakerphone so he can hear. "Well," Angela continues, "yesterday was a big day, and the press release goes out today." "Do you need anything from me?" I ask. "Nothing, except for you to be prepared," she says. "I don't need you to answer any questions today. That's our job. We can send over some social media copy to use for later. We'll set up some interviews. What I need from you now is to be aware of what this means." Oliver watches me from the living room, eyes theatrically wide. "Okay," I say, smiling only because I'm so grateful he's here and getting this all firsthand. Angela sounds pretty fucking serious right now. I feel like I need a witness. "It means you'll be recognized." Oliver looks playfully scandalized, and I stifle a giggle. The book has already been in the top 3 for graphic novels on the New York Times list for the past 10 weeks, and my life hasn't changed much at all, save more travel for signings and a few conventions. Clearly, we both seriously doubt our neighborhood is going to become paparazzi ground zero. "Maybe photographed and followed," Angela continues. "It means you'll be asked the same question 100 times and will need to seem to answer it for the first time every single time it's asked. It means you can't control what's written about you. Is this all clear?" I nod, still holding on to Oliver's amused gaze, but they can't see it, so I manage a, "Yes." "You'll be great," Benny says in his reassuring voice. "This is fantastic, Lola." "It is," I agree in a squeak. I know Harlow would never understand this inclination of mine, but I really just want to hide in my writing cave until it's all done and I can go see the film in a wig and sunglasses. "It's fine. I'm fine." "Good," Angela says. "It should be up on Variety within the hour. Enjoy the moment, Lola. This one is all yours." I can tell the call is about to end, but there is the loud, familiar clang of the dreaded glass door in the background and a muffled male voice saying, "Fuck." Angela clears her throat. It appears Austin would like a word." "Okay," I say. Oliver has gotten up from the couch and steps into the kitchen. "Lola!" Austin booms, and I'm glad I have it on speaker because against my ear it would have been deafening. "Good morning," I say, and reach up to playfully tap Oliver's nose to draw his attention away from where he's sternly staring at the phone. "Look, I have a meeting in 5, Austin says. "So I just wanted to pop in, but I was thinking last night, what if Razor wasn't from a parallel time loop, but actually from another planet?" I blink, and my brain seems to stall out. Oliver's eyes widen and he mouths, "What the hell?" "Sorry," I say, and shake my head to clear it. I thought Austin really connected to the book. "An alien? Like from Mars?" "Well, the specifics could be decided down the road," Austin says casually. I'm just thinking that for the American public, an alien would be easier to understand than the idea of various parallel time loops. But Doctor Who is a thing, is all I can think to say. That's BBC. So the Brits are smarter? He laughs, thinking I'm being rhetorical. Right? Well, just think on it. I think it could be a really easy change for us to make that wouldn't influence the story much at all. Just make it more accessible. I nod and then realize again they can't see me. Okay, I'll think about it. Great, he crows. Talk to you later, lols. My phone gives out 3 beeps, indicating the call has ended, and I carefully slide it onto the counter. Oliver crosses his arms over his chest and leans back against the sink. Lols? My eyebrows inch up to the roof. We're starting with that? He laughs, shaking his head slowly. I'm not sure either of us wants to start with Mars. I walk over to the fridge and pull out the bag of coffee beans. I turn, pouring the beans into the grinder, and look up at him helplessly as it loudly pulverizes my coffee. My brain is mush, my heart sags, my lungs seem to have given up and simply shut down. Turning off the grinder, I say, I don't even know what to say. A Martian, an actual Martian. That's not even a real suggestion, is it? I mean, Razor and all other Bashir evolved in Loop 4 from the same earthly material we did, just differently. In an alternate time, under alternate conditions. I rest both hands on my head, trying not to panic. The whole point of him and who he is alternate evolution. I look up into his deep blue eyes. Here, on Earth, the only reason he cares about Quinn initially and what she's doing is because Earth is his planet, too. It's just a different version of it. I know Oliver already knows this, but talking it out will unknot something in me. Either that or completely send me into a spiral. You can push back, Lola, he says. For what it's worth, I don't agree at all with Austin that it's too complicated a storyline. I thought we might be discussing more nuanced changes, I say. Like having Quinn fight only one attacker in her first fight, or having Razor come to her rescue a little sooner with the Animus. Oliver shrugs, spinning a spoon on the tile countertop. Yeah, me too. And a press release? I shake my head, dumping the grinds into the coffee maker. I'm going to hide in the shop today, if that's okay. I think the shop may be the least tidy place you could find, Lola, love. I nod, loving the way he says my name. His O's are always so wiggly. Nothing makes my spirits lift like listening to his voice. Are you hungry? He reaches beneath his shirt to scratch his stomach, and my heart dive bombs into my feet. Starving, he says, shrugging. I point to a pile of fruit on a platter and reach above the fridge for the cereal, grabbing the Rice Krispies because I know it's what he wants. He's already beside me at the fridge, getting out the milk. I'm in a world where someone sends over social media copy, I say. I guess I should start some social media, huh? He laughs, peeling a banana. Let Joe run your Twitter. He'd be good. I gape at him. He'd post dick pics. Oliver shrugs as if to say, like I said, and then pauses, staring back at me. What? I say. Nothing. He nods to the fruit in his hand. I'm just honestly not sure where I'm supposed to look when I eat a banana. It was a little eye contact-y there for a second. I didn't want to be suggestive. Especially not after discussing not Joe's dick pics. With a grimace, Oliver puts the banana down and pours his cereal. Hand me a knife. I giggle as I grab one, and he rolls his eyes. Every time he says knife, I can't help it. It's one of the only times he's ever full-on Paul Hogan. Do you really think people will recognize me? I ask, chewing my thumbnail. I can't even face the idea of Razor as an alien from Mars right now. It's oddly easier to focus on the publicity side of all this. Oliver looks up at me, studies my face. I know what he's thinking when his eyes land on my diamond Maryland piercing. I'm not very incognito. Aren't they already, sometimes? Only geeks, and only twice. Well, now more people will. He says it with such easy calm. Sometimes I want to put him in a cage with a lion and measure his blood pressure. That makes me want to vomit, Oliver, like I should actually carry a bucket around with me. He shakes his head, laughing. Come on, Lola. You're being dramatic. You're so graceful all the time. Why do you think it will be hard for you? That's not true, I whisper. He looks up at me and shakes his head the tiniest bit. Sometimes I wish I could meet you all over again, he says, slicing his banana on top of his cereal. And pay better attention. My heart catapults into my throat. What does that even mean? It means exactly what I just said. He stirs the bananas into the bowl. You're bloody amazing. I want to meet you for the first time again. And I want it to be different, and just us, hanging out like this. Over Rice Krispies and coffee rather than on the Vegas Strip. He meets my eyes, and I just know he's remembering my stumbling proposition. I watch as he searches for the right words. I'm just talking about a situation where no one feels pressured to... I don't blame you for what you did that night, I say. I need to put this moment out of its misery. It was the right call. He holds my eyes for a breath longer before he smiles a little, digging into his food. I lean against the counter and sip my nectar of the gods and watch him eat. In some ways, he's built like a stick figure, so long, so lean, loping stride and arms, nothing but sharp angles. But also he's strong. Muscle ropes around his biceps, his shoulders. His chest is broad, tapering into a straight waist. I could draw him, I think. I could draw him, and I might even surprise myself with what I see. What are you thinking about? He asks through a mouthful of cereal. You're staring at me as if you're surprised I have arms. I was thinking about what it would look like if I drew you. I feel my eyes go wide. I definitely didn't mean to say this out loud, and we both know it. Oliver has gone so still as the blood in my veins. He's looking at me as if he expects me to elaborate, but I can't. Something shuts off in my brain when I'm nervous. Some trapdoor closes. Minutes pass, and all I can hear is my own heartbeat and the sound of Oliver eating. We're not strangers to silence, but this one feels pretty heavy. Well, do you want to? I blink up to his face. Do I want to what? He takes a bite of Rice Krispies, chews and swallows. Draw me. My heart inflates. 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 Explodes. It's no big deal, Lola. You're an artist, and I realize I'm a bit of a demigod. He winks and then ducks to take another milky bite of cereal. Do I want to draw him? Hell yes, and real talk time? I do it all the time, but usually from memory, or at the very least I do it when he doesn't know what I'm drawing. The idea of having unfettered visual access to that face, those hands, throaty arms, and broad shoulders. Okay, I squeak. He stares at me, giving me a tiny lift of his brow that says, well? And before I can overthink this, I'm off, running to my bedroom and digging through my desk for my bigger sketch pad and charcoals. I can hear him in the kitchen, putting his bowl in the sink, running the water to wash it. My mind is a blender. Coherent thoughts are chopped and killed. I have no idea what I'm doing right now, but if Oliver wants to be drawn, well, fuck. I'm going to fill this goddamn book with sketches. Sprinting back to the living room, I nearly wipe out on the wood floor in my socks and manage to grip the wall just in time to see Oliver with his back to me, looking out the enormous loft windows. He reaches behind his neck and pulls his shirt over his head and off. Oh, I groan. He whips around and looks at me, mortification spreading over his face. Were we not doing this? Oh God, we weren't doing this. We were just doing face and stuff, weren't we? Holding his shirt to his body, he says, Fuck. It's fine, I manage, looking at a pencil in my hand as if inspecting the quality of the sharp peak. I'm staring so hard I could break it with the force of my eyes alone. Oliver is shirtless, in my living room. This is totally fine. I mean, it's really good to draw you without a shirt because I can focus more on muscle details and hair and nip... I clear my throat. Things. He drops the shirt, eyes still searching mine to check that I'm sure. Okay. I sit on the couch, looking up at where he stands near the window. He looks out over the skyline completely at ease. By contrast, my heart is tunneling a path out of my body through my throat. I spend more time than I should on his chest, the geometry of it, perfectly round, small nipples. A map of muscles built of squares, rectangles, darting lines, and sharp angles. A triangular tilt where hip bone meets muscle. I feel him watch me as I draw the dark hair low on his navel. Do you want my pants off? Yes, I answer before thinking and quickly shout, No, God, oh my God, it's okay. My heart could not possibly beat any harder. His mouth is half unsure smile, half straight line. I want to spend a year drawing the exact shape of his lips in this moment. I really don't mind, he says quietly. The devil on my shoulder tells me, Do it. Your geometric style never works with drawing legs. This would help. The angel just shrugs and looks away. If you're sure, I say, and then clear my throat, explaining, I'm really bad at drawing legs, and he's already unbuttoning his pants. Hands working the soft denim, unbuttoning the fly, one tiny pop at a time. It would be good for our friendship if I could look away, but I can't. Lola. With Herculean effort, I drag my eyes up to his face. Yeah? He doesn't say anything more, but holds my eyes as he pushes his jeans down his hips and kicks them to the side. Yeah? I repeat. I am breathing too hard for this. It has to be noticeable. This is totally different. Something is happening this morning that is not Canon, Oliver plus Lola. I feel like we're stepping through the doorway into Wonderland. Where do you want me? Want you? To stand? Oh, I clear my throat. Right there is good. I'm not backlit? He is, but I don't trust myself to direct him right now. I don't mind sitting. He starts. Maybe just lie down, or... I stop abruptly as his words get processed. Shit. Or sit. Sitting is fine. I mean, whichever. He gives me his tiny, mysterious smile and goes to the rug in the middle of the room and lays down in a giant sunbeam. The panel shows the girl staring at the boy, her skin covered in licking blue flames. Oliver tucks his hands behind his head, crosses his legs at the ankle, and closes his eyes. Cock. It's all I can see. It's there beneath his boxers, half hard, obviously uncut, following the line of his hip. My God, it's thick. And if Oliver's a grower, he could knock a woman's teeth out when he fucks her. I tilt my head, my hand hovering over the paper. Why is he half hard? Is this a guy thing that happens when they're being drawn? Probably. Is that awesome or totally embarrassing? Obviously for Oliver, it's awesome because look at it. I mean, him. Look at him. Lola, you okay? That's right. You can hear my lack of scribbling. I sit on the couch and begin furiously drawing every tiny detail of his body. The dark hair on his legs, the corded muscle of his thighs, deep grooves beside his hips, and yes, even the shape of him beneath his boxers. I'm flipping through dozens of pages, determined to get every detail down and color it later. My hands are a mess of charcoal, my fingers cramping with the speed and intensity of my work. Roll to your stomach, I say. He does, and I catch his hips, flexing, pressing down once, hard into the rug. An unconscious thrust. Every muscle in my body clenches in response, a pleading wish thrown out to the universe. I catch sight of the long scar running up his left side, bisecting a few of his ribs. What's the scar? Fall on the first bike trip, he murmurs, referring to his bike and build involvement, where he met Ansel and Finn and they biked across the U.S., building low-income housing on the way. The scar is big, 1/2 inch wide, maybe 4 inches long, and I wonder how long Oliver was off the bike after that. I never knew you crashed on that trip. What did you do about the biking and building part? He shrugs, readjusting his head on his arms, and I marvel over how easy he is in his skin. I got stitches. I took maybe 2 days to recoup. Wasn't that big of a deal, it just looks nasty. I hum, listening to him talk about biking as I work to master the muscular curve of his calf, the arch of his foot, the protruding bone at his ankle. Canberra is flat, he says. We rode our bikes everywhere. It's a perfect city for it. Nice tracks, good roads. Even though I rode all the time, my mates and I were idiots a lot, so of course I fell a lot, too. I love his voice. Get lost in it as I count the vertebrae of his spine, the way his hair curls over his ear, the dark shadow of stubble cutting across his jaw. It's one thing to see all of this, and another thing entirely to imagine touching it, knowing it as well with my hands as I now do with my eyes. I have a lifetime's worth of fantasies on these pages, and I am convinced Oliver has just helped me create the sexiest thing comics will ever see. I whip the back of my hand across my forehead, sighing. I think this is good. Oliver rolls to his side, propping himself on one elbow. Seriously, it's absurd. On the white rug in his blue boxer briefs, he looks like he's posing for Playgirl. What time is it? He asks. I glance at the clock on the cable box. 8:19. I need to get out of here. He stretches, muscles shaking, fists clenched, head thrown back in the relief of it. After an enormous, happy groan, he asks, You going to show me what you did? Not a chance. So it's quite pornographic, then? I laugh. You're in your boxers. That's a yes? Now I really want to see what you drew. You will, I tell him. Eventually, I want to go a little edgier with the next project. I duck my head, tuck my hair behind an ear. You helped with some ideas for that. Thanks. Is it awkward right now? It doesn't feel awkward, but maybe I'm just terrible at reading these kinds of things. It felt really easy. It feels easy. He stands, finds his jeans, and begins putting them back on. I bid farewell to the most perfect half-hard cock I've never seen. Just helping a friend out, he murmurs, as one does. Thanks, I say again. Hope it distracted you a little, at least. I catch his eye as his head reappears from inside his shirt as he pulls it over his head. Distracted me from what? Oliver laughs and comes close enough to reach out and muss my hair. I'll see you later, Lola love. He's out of the apartment and heading down to his store before I remember the Martian razor and that the Variety article has been posted sometime in the past hour. Harlow tosses her purse onto the bench and slides into the booth across from me. Sorry I'm late. No worries. I ordered you the salmon Caesar. I look back to the entrance to the restaurant. No Finn, I thought he was flying in late last night. He had to stay up for the week. Something about the fuse box or control panel, and Harlow pretends to fall asleep on the table. I can never keep track of where he is, I mumble into my water glass. Here's a trick. When I look like this, she gestures to her perfectly styled hair and makeup, he's not here. If he was here this morning, I'd be too worn out to... Got it. I love my girl, but she is empress of the overshare. So, what happened to you guys after you stumbled out of Hennessy's last night? I couldn't tell who was propping up who. I lean out of the way when the waitress drops off our food and thank her. I don't remember how we got back to the loft, but Oliver slept over, I say once our waitress is gone. I'm not looking at Harlow when I say this, so it startles me when she slams her palms down on the tabletop, already halfway out of her seat. He what? A few customers are looking over at us, and I hiss, He slept on the goddamn couch. Will you put your ass in your chair? Her face falls, and she sits back down. God, don't do that to me. Do what? I ask. It's Oliver. She snorts. Exactly. I try to read her expression, but she's gotten better at keeping her mouth shut since she's been with Finn, and even though I know she's thinking something, it isn't written all over her face. Well, okay, about that, I start, and Harlow leans forward with her hands clasped together, forearms resting on the table, and two perfectly sculpted auburn eyebrows raised in interest. I debate how much to tell her here. I have no idea what Oliver's dating life looks like, and he may be perfectly busy without me, thank you very much. We hang out most days, but not most nights. By the number of stories Finn and Ansel have about Oliver back in the day, as well as Oliver's enviable poker face, I suspect he's getting a lot more action these days than I am. I just never hear about it. And, admittedly, with the book launch and travel and events, dating hasn't been at the forefront of my mind in months. Harlow's new marriage and Ansel's imminent stateside move have been the most common topics of conversation when the girls are together. So, I haven't really mentioned my Oliver attraction to Harlow or Mia. Oliver has just been a nice, happy place for my thoughts to wander in times of stress, a relieving reminder to myself that I have someone I can talk to, that there is someone I can seek whose emotional beat mirrors my own when life gets crazy. Besides, Harlow, Mia, and I have known each other since elementary school, and I've learned over the years how quickly Harlow becomes invested. Oliver had a chance in Vegas and didn't take it. I can't imagine he'd be interested in complicating our friendship now that it's obviously working well for both of us, and I don't want Harlow to feel resentful toward him for not reciprocating my feelings. Harlow's strength can also be her weakness. She is the most fiercely loyal person I know. God, things get complicated when a group of friends is involved. But with the books published and travel getting lighter and in the calm before the movie storm, I have more free time, which means Oliver as a sexy person is more and more on my mind. And this morning I saw him almost naked. And he's defined. Everywhere. And not circumcised. And uncut cocks are my kryptonite. And I've heard the stories about Oliver's oral skills amid Finn and Ansel's snickers, and holy shit, I am losing my mind. Across the table from me, Harlow clears her throat, setting her fork down with heavy intent. I look up from where I've been unconsciously doodling on a napkin. "Testing my patience, friend," she says. I clearly need to talk about it, and Harlow would understand my hesitation, wouldn't she? Because she's been around for every single one of my epic relationship failures. "I mentioned that Oliver stayed over last night." I start again. "Because, as it turns out, I find him to be rather attractive." Harlow leans in even more, and I know her well enough to know that she's schooling her expression. "A fucking armadillo would find Oliver Lore to be rather attractive, Lola." I shrug, and she looks at me like she wishes she were a drill and could dig down into my thoughts. I get that look a lot, actually. In truth, she wouldn't have to go far. They're right there beneath the surface. It's just that the surface is pretty solid, like granite. "Do you think Oliver might also find you attractive?" she asks evenly, sitting up and spearing a piece of lettuce. I shrug. "I don't think so. I mean, he didn't seem all that interested in Vegas." She mumbles something about trying real hard not to meddle and then shoves the bite in her mouth. "There isn't any meddling to do," I tell her, but she stares up at the ceiling, avoiding my eyes. "Harlow, what the hell is wrong with you?" I reach across the table and poke her in the forehead. "I just need to talk this out a little," I tell her. "Because with you married and Mia married, Oliver is kind of my go-to buddy, and you know I have a really, really terrible track record with guys once they become..." Harlow drops her eyes back to me, swallowing a bite of salad before saying, "Once they become more?" "Yes," I say, and poke at a spear of asparagus. Oliver and I see each other almost every day, but we've never discussed dating or hookups. It's this odd conversation vacancy in our friendship, this topic we both seem to actively avoid. Maybe that's for a reason. "Should I call Finn?" she says to herself. "I should call Finn. He'll remind me to keep my fucking mouth shut." "But I don't want you to keep your mouth shut. My friendship with Oliver is probably the easiest of my life." She looks up at me, eyes flashing, and I laugh. "Other than you and Mia, I put my fork down. Do you remember how much Brody hated me for like a year after we broke up?" She nods, laughing. "And you were together for maybe 2 months? God, what a head case." I shake my head. "I don't know. He was a nice guy, and we'd been friends for so long. I still don't really get what happened, but it just fizzled." I feel Harlow's attention on me, and then it diffuses when she looks down to her lunch. "And Jack?" I add. "I blew that one, too." Harlow snorts. "Harlow, seriously?" "Well, to be fair," she says, "you did blow him, right?" "I mean, blow it," I say, and then groan when she giggles. "I blew the situation." Harlow chokes on a bite of lettuce. Jesus Christ, I'm just trying to say I fucked it up. I always fuck it up. Either I say the wrong thing or don't say the right one. I'm too busy or too available. Whatever, it's always something. She's got her head resting on her arms on the table, shoulders shaking in laughter. Sighing, I stab a bite of chicken, muttering, God, you're a troll. She pushes herself up and wipes beneath her eye with a long, manicured finger. I'm just saying, you're not the same person you were when you were 18 or 19 or 20. You and Oliver are really good friends and also really attractive people. That's all. I am shutting up now. I drew him this morning, I say. Harlow, he took his shirt off. Her eyes dart to mine and I whisper. He took his jeans off, too. He took his clothes off, she says, voice flat with disbelief. Oliver did this? In your apartment? Yes. I saw him nearly naked, I tell her. There's really no point in telling her that he obviously did it to distract me, because then she would want to know why, and quite honestly, Harlow doesn't really know a thing about my comics other than she likes Razor's muscles under the scales. I want to say it was a little weird, except it wasn't. He's real fit, is all I'm saying. Harlow presses her fist to her mouth in a dramatic gesture of restraint. Leaning in, I whisper, Can I tell you a secret? My best friend looks at me and her eyes soften. Harlow pretends she's made of steel, but she's not. She's all marshmallow. You can tell me anything, Peach. I take a deep breath, steadying myself for the admission. I think I might really like Oliver. She laughs, resting her forehead on her perched fingers. Lola, sometimes you're so clueless, it's painful.
Chapter 4. Oliver. I leave Lola's just after breakfast and our private little art session. Sliding the loft door closed behind me, it seems like my dick does a reflexive stretch in the fresh air. The memory of her in her pajamas, fuzzy socks, and of tiny smudges of charcoal on her forehead and cheeks from when she would absently sweep her hair out of her face. It warps my brain a bit, and I'm exhausted from focusing on not getting an erection for the past hour. I'm not really sure what possessed me to pull that just now. I could see her working to stay calm after the call. Lola's ambition is mighty, and the only thing keeping her from taking over the entire fucking planet is how much she detests stepping out of her creative space and into the public eye. On top of that, she puts more thought into the mythology of razorfish than she puts into anything else in her life. So the idea of changing such a critical detail of her story, her meltdown was visible beneath the surface. So, there I was, lying on the floor, bare except for my boxers, with her eyes moving over my body like tiny licks of heat. All I could do was think about riding a bike or counting out money in the register, and definitely not how it would feel if Lola got up from the couch, walked over, and parted her long, slender legs, settling her weight over my hips. Having her apartment so close to the shop has been a blessing and a curse. In the early days, I'd be into work before dawn, and there long after the street lamps popped to life and all the other stores had closed up. At some point after the grand opening, Lola handed me a spare key and insisted I was welcome to use it. There have been loads of times it would have been easier to crash at her place for a bit, rather than drive all the way home to Pacific Beach. But with Lola, from day one it's always been a slippery slope. One little grin when she walks into the store leads to an uncontrollable, face-splitting smile when I find I'll see her again at the Regal Beagle later. A lingering glance leads to outright staring at her milky skin, shiny black hair, perfect curves. If I'm not careful, crashing at her place too regularly would make it a habit, and I wouldn't be satisfied until I found my way curled around her. Every night spent between her sheets, between her thighs. I jogged down the metal stairs that lead to E Street and burst out into the bright January sunshine, tilting my face up. Oxygen. I need it. I stretch my back, taking several deep breaths. I spend most of the day trying to stay busy enough that I don't replay what it was like to wake up and see her as she looked first thing in the morning. Face soft and free of any makeup. Tiny diamond glinting just above her full cherry lips. Lola has perfect skin. I fantasize about searching for a single freckle or scar. Usually brushed to a shine, this morning her long black hair was mussed and tangled on the right side, telling me exactly how she slept. Her eyes were heavy with sleep, and I wanted to turn back the clock, climb into her bed, and kiss the warm, swollen red of her mouth before she was fully awake, dig my fingers into her soft, thick hair, and roll on top of her. I've had the fantasy 1,000,000 times, in 1,000 different ways, but in every iteration, we always sleep naked. Sometimes I fall asleep on top of her. Very often, I'm still inside her. Sometimes we start moving again before we're fully awake, and what wakes me up is her quiet little noises right in my ear, carried by her warm exhales. Sometimes we make love when the sun is just up, because I love a good, slow fuck first thing in the morning. Letting the daydream fill my thoughts, I pull a pile of books out of a box and find a razor to break down the cardboard for recycling. It's a quiet moment in the shop. Joe isn't in yet. The lunch rush hasn't been unleashed, and the image loops through my brain like a skipping song. Lola's hips moving up as I move in, and she's so fucking warm. Her eyes are locked with mine, grateful for the way I make her feel, and a little cocky that I'm so obviously trying not to come before she does. When Lola loves me in my imagination, she's never shy, never closed off. I can see the intensity inside me matched in her expression. It's always like this, every fantasy. I once wondered if it was bullshit that I bang her in my head more than we have imagined conversations. But when I drunkenly confessed this to Ansel, he just as drunkenly insisted it made perfect sense. Well, first of all, I'd be fine living out my entire marriage in bed, naked with Mia. I don't have any qualms about admitting that. Fair enough, I said. But also, he continued, you talk to Lola all the time. You two have become so close you almost have a secret language. Sex between you guys will be some sort of spiritual experience. All the things you want her to say to you, she'll say without words when you finally sleep with her. When? His confidence that it's only a matter of time is alternately reassuring and maddening. I want more than anything to believe him. But even with the jerking leaps forward in my friendship with Lola, this morning particularly, I'm just not sure. But letting her draw me was one fantasy I'd never thought to have. It felt more wide open than even the most tender kiss, or the deepest kind of fucking. I had to just lie there and let her look at me. I itched to dig into those sketchbooks, to see how she isolated each part of me, what parts, if any, she drew again and again. I knew she was drawing my legs when her charcoal would scratch heavily on the paper. It was quieter when she drew the details of my face, and that was when her breathing would break down into tiny, shallow bursts of air, in and out. And I knew she was drawing my half-hard cock when she stopped breathing, so nervous, but so eager to practice. Was it only nerves, or was it more? With Lola, I can't tell. She looks at me in a way she doesn't look at anyone else. But that could be meaningful only because I am her closest male friend, and have carefully, intentionally cultivated her trust. Trust is key with Lola. She closes down if she feels inspected, clams up if pushed. But it's a delicate, slow process, and unfortunately, I want sex. and, maybe more specifically, the intimacy that comes along with it. The truth is that if I can't have these things with Lola, I really should let myself find them with someone else. These are the moments that Finn and Ansel's lectures echo in my ears, and I wonder if maybe I should take their advice. Keep some of the numbers I'm given at the store, fangirls, as Lola calls them, or say yes when I'm asked out for coffee, or even flat-out proposition for a quick fuck in the storeroom. My phone buzzes with a familiar tone, and I reach for it across the counter. It's a text from Lola.
Dinner tonight?
Nothing out of the ordinary, but my heart trips into thunder. Sure, I type. Where?
I have a really long day ahead of me. Can we just hang at your place?
I start to type a simple, sure, when more words from her pop up.
My brain needs more Oliver time.
Lola's apartment is sometimes full of chaos. London blasts music when she's home. Arlo is over most of the time Finn is out of town, and she's more explosive weather event than she is woman. Add Ansel and Mia to the mix, and I'm surprised the police have never been called. In addition to our more obvious similarities, Lola also needs a good deal of quiet time. Not just to work, but to breathe. It's one of the reasons we got along so well initially, and why we still spend so much time together outside the group. But we don't usually do it at my place, alone, where I have no roommate or neighbours on the other side of the wall. We have on occasion, sure, but not after I stroked her hair in the bar and spent the night on her couch. Not after she sketched me and my dick. I'm a bubbling mixture of unsure and electrified when I hit send on my end. Sure. I'm on the patio basting the ribs on the barbecue when I hear Lola's voice carry down the hall.
I'm here!
The front door closes. There's the sound of her shoes hitting the floor as she kicks them off just inside, bare feet making their way across the room, and the ring of keys as she hangs them on the kitchen hook next to mine. It's such a domestic habit, and I'm unprepared for the strange sensation that rolls through my stomach. With a nervous glance toward the house, I close the barbie through a cloud of charcoal-scented smoke and try to remind myself that I'm Lola's friend. Nothing has changed. Not really. When I step inside, she looks up at the sound of the screen door and smiles.
Brought some stuff,
she says, and nods to a pile of grocery sacks covering the counter. You didn't have to do that, I tell her, closing the door with a wave behind me. Ribs are almost done. Was just about to take them off. She holds up 2 pints of ice cream.
Well, now we have dessert, too.
Rocky Road and strawberry, our favourites. My chest feels tight and uncomfortable as I cross to the cupboard and pull out a platter. The calm distance is unravelling, and I can sense the impending explosion. I just have no idea what shape it will take. Lola putters around behind me, and when she walks over to the freezer to put everything away, I absolutely don't look at her ass. The experience throughout dinner puts me as close to torture as I've ever been. It never occurred to me that serving Lola barbecued ribs might have been a bad idea, and that for what watching her eat them does to me, I might as well have handed her a banana, or reached across the table and had her suck my finger. And so I spend a good part of the meal half-hard, again, and shifting in my seat as Lola sits across from me, working through some thoughts on her new book, and completely oblivious to my struggle. She's clearly avoiding thinking about Austin's ideas for Razorfish, and I want to give her useful feedback, but it takes superhuman strength to drag my eyes from her mouth while she licks sauce from her fingertips. Finally, I give up, claiming a need to use the bathroom so I can get some air. I splash water on my face and give myself a long, hard look in the mirror. This is exactly why I didn't let things go too far between us in Vegas. Why, as much as I wanted to punch myself in the face at the time, I turned down her invitation to join her in a hotel room. Lola is smart and beautiful, and, knowing we were going to be living in the same city, and I would really want to be her friend, I didn't want to ruin things or make them weird by fucking her. But things are definitely weird now. We clean up dinner together, working side by side in companionable silence as we load the dishwasher and wipe the counters. She isn't talking, but there's a determination in the set of her jaw that says she's thinking, plotting. It's an expression I'm familiar with, though it seems different tonight. I'm not sure why, but my stomach twists with nerves as the number of things keeping us in the kitchen and away from the comfortable sofa in my dark living room dwindles down to nothing. What is she planning? I tell her to go ahead and pick out a movie, and I watch from my spot near the stove as she scrolls through the choices on my iPad, her mouth turned down into a frown until she finds exactly what she wants.
Point Break?
She says. Go for it. Bank robbery and explosions, guns and testosterone. Exactly what I need to keep my eyes and hands to themselves. I start the dishwasher while Lola heads into the other room. Grabbing the popcorn and a couple of beers from the fridge, I flip off the light with my elbow. The previews are playing as I get to the living room. Both lamps have been dimmed, and the couch is huge, big enough for at least 4 grown adults. Lola is sitting squarely in the middle. Okay. Comfortable? She pats the spot next to her.
Almost.
My heart slowly melts into my gut. I take a seat, and after a moment of hesitation, she crowds a bit closer, tucking herself neatly into my side. I go still, holding my breath before exhaling and moulding into the shape of her against me. Lola and I have always had what Finn and Ansel call a touchy relationship. Lots of playful shoves, pinky swears and high fives. But cuddling on the couch, definitely new.
Do you want me to grab the ice cream?
Lola says, lifting her chin to look up at me. I imagine her this close, eating ice cream from the carton and licking melted strawberry from the spoon. That would be fucking catastrophic. In a while, I say, and she nods, taking the popcorn and stretching her legs out in front of her. I think I hear her exhale in one long, calming breath. She's wearing a soft grey t-shirt that slopes off one perfect shoulder, a pair of black skinny jeans, and her bare feet rest next to mine on the coffee table. Lola is small-boned, but tall, with curves that make my mouth water. I'd never describe her as delicate, and that may be primarily because she exudes a certain steely aura, but I'm so much bigger than she is, so much longer, and I've never been more aware of it than I am right this very moment. Picking up her hand, I place it over mine, palm to palm. You're so small. Lola laughs, looking down at our hands.
I am not. You're just a giant. Is that how all men are made in Australia?
She tilts her face up to mine.
I might have to plan a visit and go hunting.
You're cheeky tonight, I say, reaching my free hand for the bowl of popcorn in her lap, and shift my eyes to the television. But I can feel the way her eyes linger on me, and I can't resist looking back at her face. We're so close, shoulder to shoulder. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch the jerking rise and fall of her chest as she breathes.
Still picturing me in my boxers?
I whisper.
Is it that obvious?
She says. There's a hint of a smirk on her lips, but her cheeks grow warm and pink. She clears her throat. Pipe down and watch the movie, I tease dryly, feeling my cock tighten in my jeans. You've already made me miss the first 10 minutes. You know, where we really get into the nuances of Keanu's excellent characterization.
I can tell how upset you are,
she says with a small laugh and sits up. Each point of contact we just shared cools, and I use every ounce of my mental Jedi skills to wordlessly coerce her to sit back close again and touch me. My skills are apparently far more powerful than I imagined, because after she takes a long pull from her bottle, she sets it on the table in front of us and swings her legs onto the couch so she's lying down, with her head in my lap. I take a deep breath and keep my eyes on the screen, waiting with fire in my veins while she shifts around and makes herself comfortable. After a moment, she's settled in and looks up at me with smiling eyes.
"You're so comfy. Is this—"
She swallows.
"Is this okay?"
"Pretty comfy yourself," I say, and try to set the bowl on her face. Anything to keep my focus off the fact that her head is practically on top of my dick. Her ear is almost pressed against it. She has to realize what she's doing to me.
"Hey,"
she says, stealing the bowl away from me.
"Be nice or I'll tell Harlow."
Lola reaches for a handful of popcorn and goes back to watching the movie. Swayze runs by, along with the rest of his ex-president's bank robber crew, and she laughs.
"Why does that seem like something not Joe would get himself involved in?"
My hand wanders to her hair, innocently at first, just to brush it away from her forehead, and then with more intent as I smooth the strands back. If we're doing this, I'm fucking doing this. Because if we asked him to sit in a running van at the curb while the rest of us ran into a bank, the only question he'd ask is if he could change the radio station. Lola tilts her head and looks up at me, and it would probably be best for both of us if she'd keep her head still.
"Or to bring him a lollipop."
"Exactly," I agree. We're silent for a few more minutes, and I twist a lock of hair around my finger, watching the way the light from the TV flickers across the strands.
"So things are good at the shop?"
she asks, moving her hand to rest near her head on my thigh. "Wouldn't you know?" I ask. "You're practically Employee of the Month."
"That's because I have a thing for not Joe,"
she says, glancing back at me again. I shift minutely, trying to move her away or get her closer. I'm not really sure. "Don't ever say that to him or he'll think you're going to get married."
"No, actually,"
she says, laughing.
"Not Joe says he could never marry a divorcee, though I think he forgets we were married."
"I've ruined you for him. That gives me a small touch of pleasure." Things are getting a bit too honest, so before she can say anything else, I go back to her original question. "And things at the store are great, really. Heaps more business than I anticipated. Might even bring in an extra hand to help on weekends."
"Wow, really? That's great."
Something warms in my chest as I gaze down at her. "You looking for a job?"
"Ha ha,"
she says, moving around again so she's on her back. I can see her now, which is nice, but if she turns her head, my dick will be mere inches from her face. It's never wanted anything more in its life. I'm not really sure if this is an improvement.
"I'd be better company than not Joe. I'll tell you that right now."
"He's not so bad, but you look a hell of a lot better in a pair of jeans."
"Not Joe wears something other than board shorts?"
she asks, closing her eyes as I massage her scalp. She moans a little and I have to work to not stumble over my words. "If this international stardom thing doesn't work out for you," I say, "you could always sell comics at Downtown Graphic." She goes quiet, and I take it as a cue to ask, "Do you want to talk a little more about Austin's idea, or do you think you're just going to pull the veto card?" The more I think about Austin's suggestion that Razor be turned into a Martian, the more irritated I get. For someone who claims to be obsessed with the books, Austin doesn't seem to understand the heart of them at all. And it's a suggestion Lola would have laughed at a week ago. Is she honestly considering it? She shrugs and gunfire rings out on the television. Lola rolls to look at the screen, taking my free hand with her.
"I love this part,"
she says. Stress avoidance. Lola's superpower. "Of course you do," I say. Patrick Swayze is about to be shirtless. Hell, I love this part.
Keanu Reeves would have made a great superhero, she says.
I look down at her in shock. Have you forgotten Neo? She shakes her head.
No, I guess I mean he has this special blankness that could be great for a villain, like Sabretooth, maybe Ra's al Ghul or General Zod.
Zod, I say. No. Lola giggles.
I love the way you say that.
Say what? No.
Yeah, it's like, I can't even do that sound you make at the end. It's like 4 vowels at once.
You're a dag, I tell her with affection.
It's the O, I think. Whenever I try and mimic the way you say something, I can never get that part right. Say, go blow the garden hose.
I'm not saying that, Lola, love.
See? Right there. Lola,
she says, dragging out the word and changing the shape of her mouth dramatically.
I don't even know what letters you're using, to be honest.
Just the normal ones, I tell her. After a moment, she rubs at the back of her neck. You okay there? I ask, taking my hand from her hair to rub the tops of her shoulders.
My neck is just at a weird angle like this.
Do you want me to move, or... I start to say, but Lola sits up, surveying the couch before standing.
Maybe, you move right here, she says,
lifting my feet from the coffee table and swinging them to the cushion.
Yeah, like that.
I set the popcorn down and do what she says, stretching on my side along the length of the couch. Does she seem nervous? Am I imagining it? She carefully lies down on the sliver of space in front of me, the back of her body pressed along the entire front of mine. And, well, this is also new. You've made me your big spoon, I say, hoping to ease some of the strange tension that has settled between us. She reaches back to pinch my hip, and I grab for her hand, intending to stop her, but somehow ending up with my arm around her ribs. We lay there in silence for a moment, the sound of the movie ringing around the room, and when I shift slightly, she slots her legs with mine. Oh, fuck me. No longer interested in the movie, I close my eyes, feeling myself sink farther into the couch as she traces shapes along the back of my wrist, her nails scratching, slowly at first, and then slower, until they feel more like caresses than casual touch. I've been so careful around her, careful to keep the depth of feelings from ever being too visible. I don't want to push her. I don't want to ruin what we have. But right now it feels like we're balancing on the tip of a mountain. If we lean too far one way, we could slide into something wonderful that I've wanted for what feels like years. But if this is only a friendship for her, and I step the wrong way, I could fall off the cliff into a void, without her friendship or her love. I'm not sure I'm willing to risk that. I need to let her decide. Lola, I say, and I hear every one of my fears and doubts in those 2 brief syllables. The entire length of her body tenses, starting at her shoulders and moving down like a wave, until she's pushing herself to sit.
Holy crap! I didn't realize it was so late,
she says, and stands from the couch.
I have panels I want to finish. I should get back to Austin tonight, too.
It takes me a moment to catch up with how quickly the moment has shifted. You can call him from here, I tell her, watching her absently tie her hair into a knot atop her head. I don't want her to go. I'll stay out of your way. She moves to the kitchen, and I can see her shadow against the wall. Lola pauses as she gathers her things.
It's cool,
she says lightly.
I need to think about what I want to say, anyway.
I stand and wait while she retrieves her keys and slips her shoes on at the door. You'll text me when you get home? She nods, smiling up at me.
Of course, and thanks for dinner.
It was no problem. She swings her keys around her index finger and looks back toward the living room.
Thanks for more than just dinner, she says,
staring at where we were just cuddled together. There's a carcass composed entirely of sexual tension lying abandoned on the couch. I wonder if she can see it too.
Thanks for being so badass. I know my life is a whole lot of crazy right now, and you've got your own stuff going on. I appreciate that you put up with me making you be my big spoon tonight.
I smile but don't reply, because honestly, what can I say? That I'd put up with crazy around the clock if it meant it was her crazy. Finally she turns, reaching for the door.
You're like my blanket fort.
I've been called worse things, I tell her. With a small smile, Lola pushes herself up on her toes and leans in, pressing her lips quickly to my cheek.
Night, Ols.
Night, Lola love. And then she's gone.
Chapter 5. Lola. What does one do after a night of intimate cuddling with a friend on a couch and then going home to a very cold, very empty apartment? Well, first one pulls one's vibrator from the bedside table, but the next day one goes directly to said friend's store and pretends not to watch him all day. I honestly don't know what is wrong with me. I vacillate so starkly between keep it in the friend zone and jump him immediately that I feel a little locked up every time I think about it. And the fact that last night, Oliver didn't seem all that opposed to the cuddling and the flirting. Encouraging, even. I honestly don't know what to do, and the person I most want to talk it out with, Oliver himself, is also the last person I want to talk it out with. I want to push just a tiny bit to see if things have changed and he'll make a move. It's just that I can never quite tell what's going on in his head. "Do you live here now, Lola?" Not Joe asks from behind the counter as I walk past him to the back of the store. "Because if so, I could show you how to run the register so I can go smoke a blunt." "I heard that," Oliver mumbles from across the store. He looks up as I pass and gives me a little smile. There are 1,000 words in that tiny expression, and I don't speak the language. "Stalking you two is one of the many perks of being a comic writer," I answer, stretching out with my sketch pad on the new couch in the back corner. Lately, the front reading nook is almost always full of Oliver's fangirls and high school kids sneak-reading sex criminals. I get to hang out here all day and call it research. "She's hiding from the paparazzi." Oliver lifts his chin to the front window to indicate the lone man standing with a notepad near some parking meters. "It's only 11 in the morning, and he's been out there for 2 hours now," he tells me. "I think he's hoping to get an interview with you for his tiny free paper with a circulation of about 5,000 in Chula Vista." I'm grateful for the steaming Starbucks cup in his hand because I suspect the time he took to go get that is the only reason I missed him on my way in. Although the press release got widespread coverage, trending hashtags and the Tumblr memes are already out in full force, so far the buzz is all about casting, and there doesn't seem to be much more interest in me. Writers are boring. Introverted writers who don't seek attention are even more so. I've been able to forward all of the big interview requests to Benny so far, or answer questions via email. Thankfully, for now, Angela Marshall was wrong about how my day-to-day life would change. "What'd you do last night?" Not Joe calls to me, handing a customer a bag and closing the register. "Went to Oliver's for dinner." The man in question doesn't look up when I say this, and again I wonder what's going through his head. Is he thinking about how it felt to lie front to back on his couch? Is he thinking about how he maybe ate all the ice cream by himself after I left? Is he wondering what the hell got into me? I know I am. I can't say I regret it, though. "Dinner," Not Joe repeats. "Joe." Oliver's voice is a gentle warning. "This guy here made barbecue ribs," I tell Not Joe. "They were fantastic." Oliver's eyes meet mine for a brief second, and then he looks away, fighting a smile. "So, eating meat off some bones, then?" Not Joe asks, grinning at me. "Sucking off the hot juices?" I love Oliver's easy laugh that follows, the subtle slide of his eyes over to me again. I love that the pace of his work doesn't change even when we look at each other, breathing in, breathing out. He pulls a stack of books from a box and puts it down on a counter, lifts another stack and puts it down. "You're a menace," I say. I blink over to not Joe when I say it, but can pretend I'm saying it to Oliver. Because he is a menace, a calm, steady, sexy-as-fuck menace. Not Joe shrugs, moving on and bends down to inspect a book. "Say, this new issue of Red Sonja features a lot of breast curve. I mightily approve." Oliver turns around to look at him across the room. "Show me both of your hands, Joe." Not Joe holds up his hands, laughing. "You're the guy who wanks to comics, not me." "You're the guy who gets asked, 'Is it in yet?'" Oliver drawls. "You're the guy who keeps asking, 'Is it good, baby? Does it feel good?'" "Don't need to, mate," Oliver tells him, looking back down at an inventory sheet. "I know it's good." Not Joe laughs, but I feel my eyes go wide at the growl in Oliver's voice. The casual way this fell from his lips. I'm choked by the weight of jealousy and longing when I think about him having sex. Or maybe it's the leftover need from last night. Last night was weird. I blink, turning to look at a rack of new releases and urging my brain to reboot. "Just because it's good for you doesn't mean it's good for them," Not Joe says. "Well," I answer absently, "there were the lesbian roommates who made him practice. I trail off, having felt the store go completely still. Reboot fail. I can't believe I just said this. The story of Oliver and his lesbian roommates was one I heard when we were all hammered, from Ansel, no less, and he had on his adorable troublemaker face when he told me, but Oliver and I have literally never talked about it. Shocking as that may be. I can feel him staring at the side of my face, and one of his fangirl customers basically eye-fucks him from across the store. "How did—" he begins. "Wait," Not Joe stops him. "Lesbian roommates? Why am I just now hearing this story? I feel betrayed." Oliver continues to watch me and lifts his eyebrows as if to say, "Well, you were saying?" "According to Ansel," I tell Not Joe, trying to sound casual, like this information doesn't make me itch under my skin whenever I think about it, Oliver had 2 female roommates at university in Canberra. Both were into other women, but being that it was college and we're all sort of loose about things in college, they took it upon themselves to show Oliver the ropes, as it were. Ansel says that loads of women have just raved about Oliver's. "No one has ever raved to Ansel," Oliver cuts me off, looking flustered. "I mean, it's not like that at all." "Well, it sounded exactly like that," I say, giving him a playful smile. But he doesn't return it. In fact, he looks really tense, like he doesn't like that I'm talking about this. And of course he doesn't. We're in the middle of his place of business. But wasn't he just the one talking about knowing sex with him is good? Confused, I blink down to the book in my hands and read the same dialogue bubble over and over. "That," Not Joe claps a hand on Oliver's shoulder, "that is legendary. Remind me of this the next time I give you shit." Oliver doesn't say anything. He just scowls down at his clipboard. And now it's weird. I made it weird, but when I think about it, it's been weird all morning. I took a leap and crossed an invisible line last night at his place. I exposed the farce of this just friends business. At least my end of it. Just friends works as long as everyone is on the level. As soon as it's clear one person wants more, the entire house of cards crumples. Saying I wanted to draw him a few days ago, last night with the spooning and the hand-petting, and now here with the knowledge about his former sex life when he and I never talk about those things. I've probably knocked down the entire carefully constructed fortress and doused it with gasoline. I walk over to him, lightly punching his shoulder. "Sorry," I mumble. I just opened my mouth and dropped a whole lot of awkward on this moment. He doesn't look at me. "It's okay. I just don't want you to think..." "Yeah, I know," I say when he trails off. "I get it. He doesn't want me to think about him like that." The panel shows the girl, staring down at the beating organ in her hands. We fall silent as another customer approaches, and I turn away, headed back toward my things on the couch. I slip my sketchbook back into my messenger bag and sling it over my shoulder, ducking past Oliver and around an aisle of comics so I can discreetly escape. "Where are you headed, Lola?" Not Joe calls. "Just going out," I mumble, pushing open the front door. Outside on the sidewalk, I carefully dodge the reporter and pull my phone from my bag, quickly dialing my dad just to look busy. He answers on the second ring. "What's shaking, baby girl?" I duck, speaking quietly into the phone. "Hey." "Hey." He pauses, waiting for me to say why I've called. I did it as a cover, but now that I've got him on the phone, I realize how it feels like water is building behind a dam in my chest. Art and writing and the film and Oliver, my fits and starts of flirtation, the way I'm terrible at reading Oliver and even worse at trusting my own instincts with guys. It's too much all at once on my plate. I could have called one of the girls, but I almost regret talking to Harlow about it the other day and don't want her poking me about Oliver right now. London is at work, and Mia can't help but pass along everything she hears to Ansel. "What's up?" he asks again, prompting. I grimace, closing my eyes. "I'm just short-circuiting." "Tell me about everything that's got you." "Who gave me a grown-up card? Like, who thought that was a good idea?" Dad laughs. "They give out grown-up cards? Huh. Must have passed me right up." He inhales again, voice tight with a held breath when he says, "Spill." God, where do I even start? Dad would have opinions about Austin. He sounds too slick. Do you really think he's the right guy for this project? And the idea of Razor as an alien from Mars? Is he fucking kidding? Did he read the damn story? Talking to him about my work always triggers his protective, don't let them screw you instinct. And while I do love how proud he is of me, he has no experience with Hollywood. His opinions would be loud and unhelpful. But the weirdest bit is that I don't need to talk that out yet. Work is always the one realm where I've felt confident. And besides, my reaction to Razor as Martian is still percolating. Oliver is what has me the most tangled, and I may as well talk about that with someone who's the least likely to dig too deep. I chew on my nail before saying, finally, "I guess I'm in a weird place with Oliver." "Ah." I hear him inhale sharply on the other end, can imagine the way he squints as he holds the cigarette between his lips. He blows out his breath. "We're talking about this now?" "I guess." When Mom left, Dad had to take over all the aspects of raising a girl that would normally have gone to her, helping me sort through minor dramas, crushes, and heartbreaks, getting my period. He did it all with the kind of straightforward stoicism I've come to absolutely adore about him. He's a teaser, a jokester, and uses sarcasm as a defense, but inside I know he's soft. Inside his heart is too big, sometimes. He laughs, a short exhale. "So, talk." "So," I start, squinting up at the sky. "I think I might want more." Dad clucks his tongue. "I don't know, boss. I can't read that kid. I think he adores you, but is it more for him?" This is the exact kind of honesty I need. Dad likes Oliver a lot, but he isn't invested in the idea of us being romantic the way Harlow is. Frowning, I admit. "I don't know. In Vegas, it was pretty clear he wasn't interested." "And Oliver's a good friend," Dad says. "You always got to be careful when you try to make it more." I shrug, kicking at some dried leaves on the sidewalk. Dad is a mirror to my own thoughts on the matter. "Yeah." I hear him inhale and blow out smoke again before saying, "But I know we all got itches that need to be scratched." "Dad," he laughs. "You do? Come on now, keep things light and fun. Your life is nuts right now. First Razorfish, now you're writing more, and they're making your goddamn movie?" I look up at the skyline. I've worked so hard for all of this, but I find myself suddenly wanting to change the subject. "What are you doing tonight?" I hear the scratch of his shoe on the concrete back porch as he puts out the cigarette and the bang of the screen door as he goes back inside. "I think Ellen is coming over here for dinner." Ellen. Dad's new girlfriend, whom I trust about as far as the distance between my bent elbow and my middle finger. Dad is one of the smartest and best people I know and deserves someone special. Ellen is a gum-addicted, fake-breasted cocktail waitress at TGI Fridays. "Awesome." I can tell you don't like her. I chuckle. I told you I don't like her. She's fun, boss, he says. And she's got a great rack. Gross. I'm hanging up now. This was 100% unhelpful. He laughs. Love you. Love you too. I shove my phone back into my bag and climb the metal stairs to the loft. I know what I said is a lie. It wasn't totally unhelpful. Sometimes Dad's straight shot of honesty is exactly what I need. It may not be more than a friendship for Oliver, but even if it is that the best thing for us? But almost as soon as I've slid the loft door closed, someone bangs on the other side. It's 2 short hits with the side of a curled fist. Oliver. I'm right there, pulling it open while his hand is still returning to his side. Hey, I say. He's out of breath and swipes a hand through his hair. Hey, he says. Can I come in for a minute? I step aside. Of course. He walks past me into the living room and stares out the wall of windows for a few seconds until he catches his breath. He doesn't seem to have come here for a sandwich or to use the bathroom because the one at the store is broken, and the longer he takes to start speaking, the more anxious I become. Finally, he turns to me. Are you okay? I stare up at him as a blur of images from the past hour flips through my head. Why would he think I wasn't okay? Yeah, why? You just left really abruptly, like something was wrong. I groan inwardly, turning to look out the window. I just felt like kind of an asshole for saying that thing to not Joe about you in college, and fuck, Lola. I don't give a shit if Joe knows about that. Shrugging, I tell him, you seemed annoyed. Clasping his hand around the back of his neck, he says, I don't want you to think of me as this guy that would hook up with his roommate just to learn how to be with girls. His big, bespectacled eyes look at me softly. It sounds sketchy. I smile. I didn't really think of it like that. It's college. People do things in college. That whole thing happened over a single, very drunken weekend over a decade ago. It wasn't like... He winces as he looks for the right words. Like a nightly thing. It's okay, I say quietly, wanting him to know he doesn't need to explain this to make me feel better. I don't need you to... And knowing you're hearing those things about me from someone else? He cuts in, scratching his neck. That doesn't sit right with me. Well, to be fair, it's not like you and I really talk about those kinds of things. He doesn't reply to this, and I quickly add, I mean, it's fine. We don't need to. That's why I left, because it felt like I was being sort of intrusive. I don't want to get into your personal business, Oliver. I totally respect that space. When he looks down at me, he seems confused. I feel, he says, and then shakes his head. Fuck. I feel like maybe we need to talk. Something sharp wiggles in my stomach. That is never the way a good conversation starts. Aren't we talking right now? I mean, he says, pacing. Last night was sort of different for us. Was it just me? I look down at my shoe and poke at the carpet with my toe, awkwardness pushing its way into my posture. No, I think I know what you mean. I'm sorry about that. Stepping closer, he says, No. And then more quietly, Don't be. That isn't what I mean. His hand comes up, slowly cupping the side of my jaw. I feel the sweep of his middle finger against my pulse point, and he stares at his own hand, lips parted as if he can't quite believe what he's just done. Like trying to see through thick fog, I'm trying to remember why I thought kissing Oliver might not be a good idea, because right now I know without a doubt he's thinking about it too. My phone blares in my back pocket, so loud it startles us both. I step back and reach for it. Sorry, I forgot I've been turning the ringer on lately. When I pull it out, we look down in unison and see the name Austin Adams on the screen. Jesus, how often does he call? Oliver asks in a thick whisper. Sorry, just 1 sec. I hold up a finger as I answer. Hi, Austin. Lols, he yells. Oliver turns to face the window, but I'm sure he can hear everything Austin says because I have to hold it away from my ear. It's so loud. I can hear wind in the background and imagine him zipping through the Hollywood Hills in a convertible. Wanted to see if you were going to be up in L.A. this week. Langdon is chomping at the bit to start. I'd love for you two to meet ASAP. I can come up any time, I say. Oliver turns back to me, and I smile up at him, but he seems too distracted to return it. Great, Austin says. There's a small studio party tomorrow night at the Soho House in West Hollywood. He'll be there, and I'd love if you could come. We could do the introductions, maybe start to hash out some of the bigger questions. What is Razor's origin story? How old is Quinn if she's 18 in the opening? Wait, Quinn is 15, I cut in. What do you mean? I can practically imagine him waving a hand. Don't worry about it now. These are just a lot of angles to consider in the film adaptation. Questions of strength, sexuality, balancing normal life, and the desire to continue her work as a vigilante. Sexuality? I look up at Oliver, whose brows are now drawn. So, Austin continues, and the background noise decreases as if he's just pulled into a garage. I'll make sure you're on the list. 8, tomorrow. You can make it? Yes, I say, quickly adding, I think so. Great, he says. A door slams and a car alarm chirps in the background. I'll try not to hog you all to myself. Sounds good, I say. Until then. The line goes dead. I slide my phone onto the coffee table and look up at Oliver, giving him a wide-eyed, what the fuck just happened face. A tiny smile flicks up the corners of his mouth, but it quickly melts away, and then he just studies me in the ringing silence. You all right? He asks quietly. I feel the cold prick of panic spread across my neck, nausea bubbles in my belly. The two conversations with Oliver, with Austin, are oil and vinegar splashing around in my thoughts. I blink, trying to figure out which one to tackle first. My brain trips on the idea of Quinn as an 18-year-old at the start of the story, and I feel my breaths grow shallow and tight. It doesn't work. She's young for her age. Even at 15, she's immature and innocent. Making her older would completely change her journey. I blink harder, sliding my thoughts toward Oliver, but instead of being able to relish the idea of touching him, feeling him, being his, my brain snags on the instinctive fear of losing what we have now, the inevitable changes to us, the possibility of a life without him. Lola. Oliver says it so quietly, so free of emotion that I'm not sure if he's checking in on me after what Austin just dropped or trying to return to what we were discussing when he first got here. The panel shows a girl, hunched over, scribbling on a page so furiously the pencil snaps. Can we take one thing at a time? I ask, finally looking up at him. I'm sort of frazzled all of a sudden, and this is a big conversation. I wouldn't expect you to be able to talk about last night after that. He nods to my phone, smiling a little. I'm not saying we shouldn't have the conversation. I sigh. I'm inarticulate at the moment. Oliver nods. His face is calm, eyes warm and engaged. He really does seem to understand. Even so, and maybe it resides only in me, but there's a residue, some film left between us, like I took this perfect glossy moment of potential and smeared a greasy hand over it. I get it. He digs his hands into his pocket and his jeans dip, exposing the top of his boxers. I look over his shoulder out the window and he adds, one thing at a time. I walk over to the couch, collapse on the seat, and throw an arm over my face. Sometimes the fantasy of getting everything you ever wanted is so much easier than the reality pressing up against the glass. Do you want to talk through it? He asks. Quinn is an 18-year-old, that is, he adds quickly. The idea really fucks with me. I feel like they might be setting up Razor and Quinn as love interests. The cool stab of panic returns. I know, fuck! I rub my hands over my face, feeling too overwhelmed to think about it right now. Tilting my head, I ask, and maybe we can talk about it on the drive to L.A. tomorrow. His brow furrows. You want me to come? I hesitate for just a moment. The rational part of my brain is holding up warning signs, while the emotional part insists I need him by my side. Of course, I want you there, I tell him. Who else will help me remember all the names and elbow me when I start doodling on a napkin? Unless you don't want to come. I do. Just wondered if you'd rather go with one of the girls. I feel my gaze narrow slightly. No, I want to go with you. He swallows, nodding as he looks to the side. Well then, sure. I'll meet you at the store at 6. Sounds good, he says. He's blushing. I've never seen Oliver blush before. Anything specific I need to wear? My heart is beating way too fast, and I'm reminded of the time Harlow convinced me to go bungee jumping and those terrifying, thrilling seconds before we took the leap. Push my palm against my chest and struggle to sound casual when I say, "Just look pretty for me."
Chapter 6. Oliver. I rarely take a day off. In fact, I haven't taken an entire day away since the store opened 4 months ago. But I need it today. I sleep in, have coffee on the back porch, and watch a mourning dove build a nest in my eaves. I run a few miles along the water to Cove Beach and back. I get the car serviced and washed. I clean the house, shower, eat and dress, and I give myself the entire day to think about what's happening with me and Lola. I want it to be conscious, intentional between us. I don't want to slide into something with her without thought, not only because our friendship is one of the best and most important of my life, but because even though we don't talk about it much, I know her relationship history isn't particularly positive. Harlow has hinted that Lola's few relationships have ended after only the briefest lifespans, that Lola tends to keep men at an emotional arm's length, and that she spooks easily. Even if I hadn't seen the spooking with my own eyes 2 days in a row, at my house, at the store yesterday, I could have figured it out after a single conversation with her father, where I learned the most telling detail of Lola's life. Her mother left when she was 12, without even saying goodbye. It's like a bruise that sits just under her skin, one that darkens whenever she lets herself get too close. The store is pretty dead when I stop by, just before I'm supposed to meet Lola. Joe is a great employee, but instinct tells me not to let a full workday go with him alone here. "You missed a dude with a huge box of Tortured Souls figures about an hour ago." Joe watches me drop my keys onto the counter, adding, "I feel unclean. I've seen some crazy shit in my day, but that stuff scares me." Says the man who pierced his own cock. He laughs, stepping aside as I log into the computer system. "I know," he says, "but have you seen those figures? They're babies in bottles of liquid and tortured people gestating their own murderer." So what did you tell him? A good deal of our business is the buying and selling of collector's items, action figures, comics, graphic art. Joe has a good eye for stuff, but doesn't really have the same background in the scene that I do. The official rule is that if Joe isn't sure whether he should buy something, he tells the person to come back when I'm here. In the first few weeks, he rarely knew what to buy and what to leave. But he's a quick learner, and I no longer panic that he'll let something unbelievable slip through our hands. "I told him we get a lot of kids in here and it's not our thing." He shudders visibly and then does a slight double take. "Why are you so dressed up?" "I have a thing," I say. I can practically hear his eyebrows go up. "A thing?" Sliding my eyes over to him to give him a mild glare, I squat down and cut open a box of office supplies. To be fair, I don't ever have things. Joe steps into my peripheral vision and then bends down until his face is about 5 inches from mine. "A thing?" he repeats. "For fuck's sake," I grumble, handing him a few boxes of pens. "A thing up in LA, tonight with Lola." The 3 seconds of silence that follow communicate a good deal of incredulity. "Is it a date?" I shake my head. "Are you sure it's not a date?" I reach up, sliding a new box of business cards onto the counter. "Pretty sure." "Because lately she's been looking at you like she might want—" I cut him off. "It's not a date, Joe." The bell rings and I hear someone walk in, heels clicking on the linoleum floor. "This is the last time I'm going to ask you," Joe whispers. "Are you sure it's not a date?" I open my mouth to say something sharp, but stop when I hear Lola ask,
Where's Oliver?
On his knees under the counter, Jo says breathily, and I look up to see him smiling widely down at me. Her unsure speechlessness fills the room. I shoot Jo an annoyed look. Down here, I tell her, and wave a roll of receipt tape over my head. Just putting some stuff away.
Uh-huh,
she says, leaning over the counter so I can only see her face. I realize how utterly fucked I am if I think I can play it cool tonight. She looks bloody gorgeous.
Hi.
I put the last roll of tape away and almost swallow my tongue when I stand and finally see the rest of her. Lola wearing leather pants should be illegal. Couple that with shoes I would happily die impaled on, and a top that hints at everything underneath but shows nothing. I have zero chance of not making a fool of myself in one way or another tonight. You look amazing, I tell her, and without thinking, walk around the counter, lean in, and press a kiss to her cheek. She doesn't react as if what I've done is out of the ordinary, just smiles and says a quiet,
Thank you.
Her eyes slide to where my wallet and keys rest on the counter, but I'm not done taking her in yet. Her hair is up in a high ponytail, sleek and black. Her bangs cut straight across her forehead, and her makeup isn't heavy, but I can tell she's wearing it. Soft black lines her eyes, pink flushes her cheeks, and her lips are an unholy, nearly sinful red.
Oliver?
My words come out sort of shaky. You look really pretty. This time she laughs.
Thanks,
she says, adding,
Again, London helped. I swear giving the two of us makeup is like giving a monkey a hammer.
When I step away to grab my things, she makes a show of slowly looking me up and down. I follow her eyes as they linger on what I'm wearing. Slim trousers, simple, dark button-down shirt. I even polished my boots for this woman.
Damn,
she says. There's appreciation in her voice, and I realize that we've always done this. Flirted, dropped subtle innuendo. But it's never felt this loaded before. I'm glad you approve, I say. I'm parked around the corner. She follows me out, saying goodbye to Jo, and then she takes my arm and smiles up at me.
I definitely approve.
Yep, I am fucked. I've always known Lola to grow quiet when she's thinking about something that's troubling her. I assume that the reason she doesn't tend to talk out her problems the way Harlow or even Ansel do is that she wants to take the time to sort through it on her own first. But when she brings up the conversation with Austin in the car and wants me to list some of the pros of his ideas, I lock up, wondering whether the reason she likes to take so long before talking about things is that she doesn't always trust her own judgment. I'm not sure I could argue the merits of either suggestion, I hedge, merging onto the 5 North freeway.
Just for the exercise, she says. Why might it be better for Razor to be from another planet?
I sit quietly, thinking on the question. But my mind reflexively fights it. They're both shit ideas. Quinn shouldn't be made into a sexual creature. Razor isn't an alien. There's no reason to change it. The tires trip easily over the road, and Lola stares out her window while she also thinks about it. It's these easy moments where I seem to plummet deeper in love with her.
I guess it could allow them to do something cooler visually.
She muses after a few minutes of silence.
Some more creative way to flash back to his life before, without just a panel shift.
Shrugging, I say, I guess, but Razor's alternate time in the book is just as visually different in flashbacks as another planet would be. I mean, the way you do it is unique, but time shifts are done elsewhere too. The multiversity collapses all parallel timelines into the hypertime.
I know, but maybe that argues Austin's case. Multiversity collapses all of the DC timelines, to explain how they all could exist. Maybe the idea of parallel time is easier to grasp there, because people want a way to reconcile all the various takes on the same characters.
I think yours is simpler, I say, adding, more elegant, I mean. It starts with the idea of a parallel time loop. It doesn't use it to explain things in hindsight. She hums, nodding at this.
I guess I'll just need to hear what they say. It's so easy to do something when it's just me and a book and my ideas. It's different when I expose it all to this larger collective consciousness.
This thought lands heavily between us. She's going to let Austin and the screenwriter try to convince her. And maybe she should. But I can't help but feel like I wouldn't. Like a man in her position maybe wouldn't. It's not because you feel cowed by him, I ask her. Lola tilts her head.
It's not my expertise, she says, adding, film, I mean.
But the story is. Razor is. Quinn is. Quinn is you, I want to say. Don't let him change you. Don't let him sexualize your journey from ruin to triumph. Nodding, she looks back out the window.
I know. I'm just thinking about how I want to handle it.
What if he insists Quinn be 18? I ask her. What if he says, without a romance angle in the story, it won't float in Hollywood? Lola turns and looks at me, and I catch a flash of fury in her eyes before I have to look back at the road.
He might be right, she says. That's what sucks. It might need romance to work as a commercial film. We didn't sell this to an art house indie. We sold it to a major studio. Profit is the key, and I knew that going in.
I see what she's saying, but it twists me tightly. You wouldn't push back?
Of course I would, she says. And I know what you're saying, but I guess I want to make sure I do it right. You should have seen the meeting. Angela and Roya got maybe 3 words in, and they're the executive producers here. And contractually, I only have so much input.
Really? I'm aware of the comic community's ongoing discussion about feminine representation on the page and in creative staffing, but I still find myself surprised that Lola's film might not be hers after all. She nods.
I'm 23. I'm the first female comic creator to have a major motion picture, and I'm one of the few people out there writing and illustrating it all. If I was Stan Lee or Jeff Johns walking in there, or even just some nobody guy with my age and experience, I could tell them what the fuck to do and they would listen. A man having strong opinions and pushing back right away is someone with sound business sense. If I walk in there as Lola Castle and push back, I'm pushy and hard to work with. Maybe someone will even use the word bitch.
I feel my jaw go tight. I know she's right, but still. That's fucking bullshit.
It's the way the world works, she says. The first question I always get asked is what it's like being a woman in the comic industry. Every single interview. The second question is whether any of my girlfriends read comics.
Fuck. I never thought about the interview aspect before. They seemed like reasonable questions, but with a step away from it, I can see it's utter shit.
Do you think anyone would ever ask Brian Michael Bendis whether he has any male friends who read his comics?
She asks. I laugh, but it isn't really from humor. Probably not.
We fight these perceptions one meeting at a time, but it's why I want to be strategic about the battles I pick, she says. I need to convince myself first that these changes are absolutely unacceptable, because I'm sure there are other things down the road that will floor me, and I don't want to be excused from the conversation before it even starts.
And there, right there, I want to propose. I want to pull over and climb from the car and get down on one knee on the dusty, narrow shoulder of the freeway. Because Lola knows it's bullshit. She knows she needs to tread carefully. and she's figuring out the best way to fight for what she's built. $1,000,000 homes peek out from behind lush trees and iron gates before we turn onto Sunset, parking in a sleek underground lot. The lifts are spotless, marble floors polished to a shine. We're on a list in the lobby. Another list is checked upstairs. Lola takes my hand as we walk in, but it isn't romantic. I'm sure that much is clear to both of us. It's what we would do before stepping off the side of our world into another. It's about having an anchor. This is the kind of party where everyone is wearing black, and the waiters, most likely models or actors, wind their way through the room with silver trays covered in beautiful hors d'oeuvres and flutes of champagne. Music is loud, so people are forced to speak over it. The room isn't bursting with partygoers, but it sounds that way. Some guy spots us from over near the bar and throws his hand in the air, calling out to Lola. He's shorter than I am by several inches, and is dressed so casually, in a t-shirt and jeans, in a room full of meticulous people. It strikes me as a bit douchey. "Lols!" he calls and comes up to hug her tightly. And for a while. Jesus. If my math is on, this is only the second time they've met. "I'm so glad you could make it." She thanks him for the invite and turns to gesture to me.
"Austin, this is my friend, Oliver."
"Oliver," he says in surprise. It gives me no small pleasure that he has to tilt his head to look up at me. I can tell immediately from his little smirk that he'd planned to fuck Lola tonight, and I certainly hope he is recalculating his odds. I may not know if I claim Lola's heart, but I sure as fuck know that this man could never claim a single inch of her. Sorry, friend. He extends his hand, shakes it firmly. "Nice to meet you." "You as well." There's no more for us to say, really, and after a few more seconds endured of silent eye contact, he turns back to Lola. "I want to introduce you to some people." He scans the room, pointing out a few names we might recognize from where we stand. The guy in the black pants and shirt is a screenwriter. The other guy in black pants and shirt is a director. The woman in the black cocktail dress is VP at some studio. And Lola just fits in. The girls always joke that Lola looks like some kind of badass superhero, and it's true. There's a strength about her, a quiet confidence that comes from setting out to do something and getting it done. "Now come on," Austin says to her, and she grabs my hand. Her palm is clammy, fingers trembling. "Let's go find Langdon." I hold back, and because we're now attached at the hand, Lola is gently jerked back and looks at me. "Go do your thing," I tell her quietly. "I'm going to get a drink and something to eat. I'm fine." "You sure?" she asks. "Totally." It occurs to me only now that it's going to be late when we're done, and neither of us may be up for the long drive home. "But should I book a couple of rooms that are nearby?" "Already handled," she assures me with a smile. My heart starts to thunder in my chest, and Lola doesn't immediately turn. "Thanks for taking care of that." It feels right to bend down and kiss her jaw, just shy of her neck, so I do. I may have just crossed a line, but I can tell when she smiles at me and squeezes my hand that she doesn't mind. At the bar, I drink, I eat, I people watch. It's a fascinating study, and in such stark contrast to my everyday. I have the most casual of clientele, have always run in circles that were more comfortable with grub than polish. Literally no one I know other than Harlow and Ansel, and now Lola, would blend in here. But this is Lola's new reality, and so, in some ways, it's also mine. She finds me after about a half hour, and slides onto the seat beside me. "Hey, you." "Hey." I put my drink down and take her hand, squeezing. I'm relieved to have her back. Despite my confidence that Lola would never go off with someone like Austin, I didn't particularly relish being separated from her. How did it go? She smiles and nods at someone across the room.
It was good,
she says through her grin, holding it.
I think. They have a lot of ideas. I sort of tried to listen.
She looks back at me, adding,
without judgment.
That bad, huh? Shaking her head, she says,
Not all of it. It's just weird when something so personal isn't just mine anymore. Langdon already has a lot written, I guess. I'm trying not to knee-jerk all over the place.
Want to talk about it later, I guess. She nods, and when the bartender checks in with her, she leans in to order a drink over the din of the crowd. He mixes it in front of her while she watches in silence, looking like she very clearly needs it. She takes the glass from him with a smile that's returned a little too enthusiastically for my liking, and turns back to me. So, what do you want to talk about? I ask.
We're at a pretty fancy party, and you just sat at the bar alone for a half hour, while about 15 executives checked you out and mentally took you home to their creepy LA sex dungeons.
I laugh. Lies.
Not lies,
she says, leaning in and making a funny face.
What's your best pickup line?
I don't really have a line. I just sort of sit there, like this. I shift my knees apart and give her the blue steel.
Wide stance,
she says with a grin.
I like what that communicates to the room.
I make a show of straightening my glasses and motion to myself. I mean, you put out the honey, you're going to get some bees. Lola smacks my shoulder, laughing. Nodding at her with a sexy little wink, I say, Baby, I know we're gonna fuck. It's just a matter of how we get back to your place. I lean in, for dramatic effect, whispering, I don't have a car. When Lola laughs, her head tilts back, exposing her perfect skin, long, slim throat, and the sound is higher than one would guess from hearing her sultry voice, more girlish. Her laugh, when she's at ease, is adorable in a way Lola would never admit.
That's my new favorite,
she says when her laughter dies down. I love when she says favorite. The way her mouth forms the F, she kisses the air. It makes me think about moving over her, capturing those lips in a kiss when she gasps out a pleading, fuck. Her eyes meet mine and they're smiling, unaware of how far my thoughts have taken me.
How could anyone ever say no to that?
Honestly, I tease. I haven't a clue.
What's this like for you?
She asks me, and then looks around the room. I shrug, following the path her eyes have taken. Weird, I guess, but not. It's not altogether different from what I expected. Sort of a departure from the shop, I reckon. She smiles at me.
You're the biggest geek I've ever known.
When she says it, I hear pride in her voice. To Lola, this is the ultimate praise. The bartender sets another whiskey in front of me, and I thank him with a nod. This is true, I tell her with a bit more mocking in my voice. And yet, here you are, enjoying this evening with me anyway.
It must be the alcohol,
she says, sipping from her little straw. I nod to her drink. That's your first one. She smiles.
You're observant. I like that.
One of my many attributes, along with hard-working, good at maths, and punctual. She shakes her head, swallowing a sip quickly so she can contradict me.
Hey, at the top of that list should be the accent.
You're saying my accent is more important than my ability to do multiplication tables in my head? Lola laughs, and if I'm correct, leans just a bit closer.
Why don't you date more?
I hesitate with my glass perched on my lips, and then take a drink before setting it down again. Lola absolutely sounds like she's teasing me, but there's an edge there, like she's inching closer to something she finds a little scary. Shouldn't I be asking you that? I tilt my head, thinking. Austin seems interested. Lola grimaces, folding her arms on the bar and looking at me.
You're not answering my question.
Neither are you.
And why is that?
She asks, watching. Probably for the same reason you don't. Lola stirs the straw in her drink, using the tip of it to pierce the lime slices one by one, and just beside me, someone opens a door to a patio, letting in a blast of cold air.
Do you want to leave?
She asks, looking up at me.
Go someplace more our speed?
I open my mouth and the cool air hits my tongue like a spark of electricity. Sure. I wonder how it's possible that the hammering of my pulse feels louder than the music around us. Holding out her hand, Lola gives me her secret little smile.
Well then, let's get out of here.
Chapter 7. Lola. We drive Oliver's car back to the hotel and leave it there, walking a couple of blocks to what the concierge has assured us is a perfectly humble venue. And he's right. It's dark and nondescript, with an oval bar in the middle of the room, some high tables on one side, and space for a band and handful of fans. Except tonight there is no band. No fans. Hardly anyone else here. I only had one drink at the party, but I feel silly, clumsy, distracted by the thump, thump, thump behind my breastbone, and know it's the way it feels, like being here with Oliver is a mini vacation. There's something about getting away from home and routine, and suddenly anything is possible. We could stay here for a week. We could pretend we don't have responsibilities here or back home. We could change everything between us. The panel shows the girl, falling backward, arms out, eyes closed. He picks 2 seats at the bar and helps me with my coat and purse before sitting down. The way he touches me trips my pulse into overdrive. His hands are firm and sure, fingers not shy about reaching for the collar of my coat, gently dragging it down my back. He cups my bare shoulder, asking, "Is here good?" I want to ask him good for what, but when he nods to the seat, I realize he means geography. Not whether here is good for this flimsy barrier of still platonic to melt away. Perfect. He catches the bartender's eye, waves him over, and we sit in silence while the man wipes a glass dry, puts it away, and makes his way over to us. It feels like a date. "You want a Manhattan?" Oliver asks. "Yes, please." He orders for both of us, gives his thanks, and turns back to me. My heart wants to escape, to flap out of my body and into his, and God, is this what it means to become infatuated with someone? A heart becomes a hybrid, half yours, half theirs. Mine beats like this because it wants out. My chest aches to let his heart in. "How do you feel about all of this?" Oliver asks. The pounding in my chest intensifies, and the swoon of it, the reflexive joy, brings another, less pleasant sensation with it. Fear. When I smell fresh bread, my mouth waters. When I see a pen, I reach for it. When I want someone, I worry. What happens if the brain decides to walk away from it all? Does the hybrid heart wither, leaving us with only half of what we need? He must sense the shift in my posture because he touches my jaw with one finger, so I'll turn my face up to his, adding, "I meant the movie, Lola, love. The book? Tonight." "Oh." I'm an idiot. The panic dissolves, and I smile, letting it grow from a grin to something that makes Oliver laugh. "I think it's all pretty awesome." "I only got the tiniest glimpse of you before it all started," he says. "Razor was released not long after Vegas, and it was a whirlwind from the get-go. You didn't seem to really believe it was going to happen at first. I'd love to get a peek at Lola from before even that, before it sold." "She was a college kid," I remind him, stressing about finals and rent money. He nods and moves his attention to my mouth. Without embarrassment, he does it intentionally. "I sometimes forget you're so young." I'm not sure why, but I love that he said this. It feels kinky in a quiet way, like he's corrupting me a little. "I don't feel very young." He exhales slowly through his nose. "You had to grow up early." "You did too, didn't you?" I know so little about his life before college. He never speaks of siblings, of parents. He's mentioned grandparents once or twice, but it's not in our nature to push. At least that's how it's been until now. I want to crush that pattern with a brick. Oliver looks back up to my eyes, but we both turn to the bartender when he slides our drinks in front of us. "Want me to open a tab?" he asks us. "Yeah, sure," Oliver says, pulling out his wallet and handing him a card. The bartender turns and realization smacks me. "What? Wait!" I reach behind for my purse. "Wait, I should be paying for this. You're doing me a favor coming up here." "Lola," he says, stilling me and shaking his head to the bartender to indicate he is still paying. "Stop. It doesn't matter who pays." "It does, but thank you." Oliver grins. "You're very welcome." I hang my purse back on my chair, smiling guiltily. Is it weird to forget that I can afford to pay for drinks now? I don't think so. He runs his finger over the rim of his glass. God, I remember how long it took me to get out of the starving student mentality. My father died 5 years ago, left me this sum of money. Long fingers curl around his tumbler and he lifts it to his mouth, sips his drink. I want to taste the scotch from his lips. It was this huge shock. I hadn't seen him since I was 7. I lived with my grandparents. I figured Dad was off doing heroin most of my childhood. I blink, jerked out of my Oliver lust haze. What? He nods. So, when his lawyer contacted me, telling me my father was dead, but good news, he'd left me money, I was furious. He'd got his life together, enough to earn money, to save money, but he hadn't bothered to come back for me. I feel the pressure of tears in my head, the heating, tightening of it in my throat when I look up at his pained expression. I didn't know that. Well, anyway, he hands me my drink, gently clinks my glass with his. To finding your people, he says. I nod, drinking when he does, but even the sharp burn of whiskey doesn't really register. His dad left him, too. Even his mom. I feel like we're two wires wound around and around and around together, propagating current. Lola, he says. I look up at him, try to smile. Yeah? Dance with me. I nearly choke on my pulse. What? Oliver laughs. Dance with me. Come on. Leave a little. He holds out his hand, and after what he's just told me, what else can I say but, okay. We put our drinks down and slide from our stools, walking over to the empty floor. There are 3 other people here, not including the bartender, and they don't give a single shit what we're doing or why we're standing in the middle of the empty floor staring at each other. There's not really any music, I tell him. He shrugs. It's all right. But then music comes on, too loudly at first, and we both flinch. The bartender has put on the sound system, and after he adjusts the volume, Aerosmith drifts down over the dance floor. Oh boy, I say, laughing. Oliver grins in playful apology. This will have to do. It's almost so bad it's good again, I tell him, and hold my breath when I feel the slide of his hand around my waist, feel every single one of his fingers against my spine. His other hand comes just beneath it, to the spot low on my back that suddenly becomes the convergence point for all of my nerve endings. Oliver pulls me in, flush against him. I can feel the waistband of his pants against my stomach, can feel how my breasts press against his solar plexus. My hands are curled around his biceps, and I'm staring up at his face. The dark of his brows, the light of his eyes, the shadow of a beard at his jaw. Somehow it comes together to make my favorite face in the world. Oliver's lips come apart just the smallest bit when he looks down at me, and I see his jaw flex, feel his fingers press more firmly into my back. This is tension. This, right now, is lust, and I've never wanted anything more than I want his kiss. It's nearly painful, the wanting. Something inside me is rebelling, stabbing itself with need, telling me it won't let up until it gets what it wants. I'm being held hostage by my own heart. We move, shifting feet, very, very slowly turning. This is nice, he says. I haven't danced in ages. I keep waiting for the oddness to descend, the realization that what we're doing is a little weird, but it doesn't happen. It feels like I'm holding my breath, waiting for a sneeze to come. Breathe, Lola love, he whispers, and something inside me trips. I haven't been breathing. I've been standing here, holding my breath, waiting for him to kiss me, and for my body to relax, and for time to stop, and for me to suddenly know what it is to be in love with someone. I'm terrified, I tell him. We've shifted so close now I can't really make out all of his features, but I can feel his breath, can nearly taste the scotch he's had. His eyes move back and forth between mine. His voice is a gentle reassurance. I know, pet. I've never been good at romantic relationships. I want to be, I add quickly, but it scares me. I know, he says again, bending to press a kiss to my temple. One of his hands slides up my back and into the hair at the back of my head. But I just want you. I don't need easy or perfect. I don't need to rush anything. And there, laid out so bare and easily between us, it is. His honesty breaks a dam in me, and I feel my own truths tumble forward, messy and raw. My first time was with a total stoner. I tell him in a burst, closing my eyes and nearly crying out when he turns his face, pressing his stubbly cheek to mine. His ear is right next to my mouth. I can whisper right into the confessional. He worked at the 7-Eleven on the corner and just wanted to get high and have sex. We didn't even really talk. Swallowing, I tell him, I was only 14. He was 20. I can feel Oliver tensing against me. No one knows about him, not even Harlow or Mia. They think I lost my virginity senior year, but Dad worked until dinner time, and I'd go over there a lot of days after school just looking for some kind of... I shake my head. Distraction, or I don't know. After Mom left, I wasn't great with decisions. How could you be? He asks, kissing my jaw. His lips leave a streak of fire on my skin. But how horrible is it to admit that that relationship was the easiest one I've ever had? Everyone I've dated since then has ended up mad at me. Pulling back to meet his eyes, I tell him, it's always when things get serious that I start to, I don't know, short circuit. I don't want it to be like that with us. He's watching my mouth when he asks, you don't want it to be serious, or you don't want to short circuit? I don't want to mess this up, I say. Our friendship is too important to me. What if we do this and it changes that? Oliver nods, bending and pressing his cheek to mine again. I don't have a choice but to want to do this, Lola. I'm in love with you. The words incinerate my lungs and I stop breathing again. There isn't a word for what I'm feeling. It is the direct razor edge of ecstasy and terror. Shh, he whispers. Don't panic, okay? I'm just being honest here. I love you. I want you. He exhales, and it's a massive, trembling gust against my neck. Fuck, I want you. But I understand it isn't simple, and I don't expect simple. I just want you to try. I mean, if... I nod, quickly. My heart is lodged in my throat, pounding, 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 with need for him, and he jerks me tighter into him, relief evident in his posture. I didn't think it was possible to be any closer, but it was. It just required our bodies to collapse, air to evacuate lungs. We go quiet, and I realize I've been dancing without thought. I'm not a natural dancer, but I haven't considered what my feet are doing, how my arms or hands or hips are moving. But now that I am, I can imagine how it would be to be with Oliver, how he would fit against me, over me. He's taller, broader, but his hips would still feel sharp on my thighs. His hands don't do tentative. I can imagine the pressure of them sliding up and over my curves. I want the hand in my hair to form a fist, pull my head back. Even though he wouldn't do that here, the promise is there in the flexing of his fingers, in the way they haven't shifted away. He found a spot, buried deep. I saw Aerosmith when I was 14, he says. And I wonder if he's thinking about how young that is. Thinking about me at 14, alone in an apartment with a burnout guy. Or if he's just talking to get me to remember that this is us. This is what we do, with or without I love yous. It was after they had that ballad out from Armageddon. I don't want to miss a thing. Yeah, that's it, he says, laughing. We went by ourselves and felt so fucking mature. We took a bus to Sydney. It's nearly 200 kilometers away, and my grandparents were like, yeah, sure, go for it. I'm not kidding when I say every crazy personality in the world is represented on buses. Wow. I know, he agrees. Such kids, right? But I reckon it was the best night of my life up to then. My mate got tickets from his cousin. I didn't even know any Aerosmith songs. Well, I did, he says. I just didn't realize they were Aerosmith, but it was brilliant. Maybe that's when I decided I wanted to travel. Maybe it was before that, I don't know. I think I learned to be a little fearless on that bus. Figured if I could head up to Sydney for a weekend, I could go anywhere. My first concert was Britney Spears. He laughs outright, pulling back and smiling down at me. That's awful. It was awesome, I tell him. I swear, me, Harlow, Mia, and Luke, Mia's ex. I shake my head, remembering us dancing our asses off, and Luke smiling through his teeth, being a good sport. Poor Luke. Taking 3 chicks to a concert? He could do worse. Only one of us was putting out. Well, back then, I say, reconsidering. I think Luke gets more action now than 1979 Steven Tyler. Oliver laughs at this, but the song ends and he stops, easing his arms from around me. You did it, he says, looking down at me with a half smile. You danced with an Aussie in an empty bar, and the world didn't end. Check it off your list. And we talked. We admitted. We took that terrifying single step forward. He waits to see how I'm going to finish this, expression warm but neutral. Yeah, we did, he says finally, tilting his head toward the bar. Let's finish our drinks. And like this, it's easy again. I wake up alone in an enormous white bed in a bright pool of sunshine. In the past few months, I've traveled so often that the dusty blue walls and wide white chair in the corner don't immediately trigger a context for where I am. I roll over, see my leather pants folded on the chair, my shirt and bra lying neatly on top. Obviously, Oliver is down the hall, in his own room. My stomach feels low and small in my body, missing him, wanting him closer. Over our second drink, we easily shed the tension of the "we are totally into each other" admission. We were interrupted by a perfectly timed call from Not Joe, telling us how his date passed out drunk on her couch, and only after he left did he realize his phone was dead and he left his wallet in the store, so he had to give a taxi driver his watch in order to get a ride home. At around 1 a.m, we left the bar, hand in hand, and walked the 2 blocks back to our hotel. I had 5 missed calls from Austin, none with voicemails, so I let them be. I wanted nothing but Oliver on my brain. He pointed out his room when we passed it on the way to mine, but before I could stutter my way through an invitation inside, he bent and kissed my cheek. Let's take it slow, he said. See you in the morning. The words immediately formed in my head, but I couldn't exactly say them out loud. Can't we have sex but otherwise take this slow? I roll over, unplug my phone from the cord on the bedside table, and check my email. Shoving up onto an elbow, I squeeze my eyes together, struggling to read the words in front of me. Holy fuck. I sit all the way up, crossing my legs in bed and zooming in on my screen so I can be sure I'm not imagining what I'm seeing. It seems that while Oliver and I were flirting and clinking glasses and avoiding the discussion of dating, Columbia Touchstone cast the leads in the Razorfish film. I have over 300 emails and at least 10 voicemails from media outlets wanting a statement. I tried to get a hold of you last night after you left. There's a script, Austin wrote in an email. Thank God I've flagged his name, otherwise who knows whether I would have seen it. Just something Langdon drew up in the past week, but don't stress. We did it so we could cast quickly, and you're going to do all the polish. He didn't think to clarify this last night. He told me Langdon had started writing, not finished. The check also deposited in my bank account, and seeing that much money there makes me want to vomit. It triggers some instinctual panic, like I should have it all made into gold bars and hide them in my mattress. There's a knock at my door, and I stumble up, pulling on a robe. Outside in the hall, Oliver looks rumpled, a little nervous. I immediately see it on his face, a soft, vulnerable happiness that flashes in the tilt of his mouth, in the narrowing of his eyes, for only a breath before he can carefully tuck it away. Even though I was just with him last night, it feels like it's been a week, and he looks different somehow. Less like this wonderful face of a friend, and more like this man in front of me who has a body under his clothes that I'm growing desperate to see again, and even more desperate to touch. Neither of us has spoken, and I'm afraid last night changed everything. I don't want things to be awkward between us. How's my favorite comic book store owner named Oliver Lore? He smiles, wide enough that it shifts his glasses, and I can see his eyes crinkling fully at the corners. I wish I could answer an emoji. I'd just say the fried egg icon out loud. Okay, so that was sort of perfect. Do you want to grab breakfast? I ask. Or order room service? This option feels decidedly more intimate, and Oliver seems to agree. No, he says. Let's hit the restaurant downstairs. They have a buffet. I think I'll eat it all. Come on in, I tell him, running over to my overnight bag and grabbing my clothes. Give me 5. I've got to call Benny real quick. Oliver walks into my room, and I notice when he gives a lingering glance to my clothes from last night, so neatly placed on the chair. I wonder if he's thinking what I'm thinking, that if he'd been in here with me, those leather pants might have been sacrificed to the sex gods. "Lola!" Benny answer yells through the speakerphone, and I cringe, staring at the screen as if it burned me. It's not even 9 in the morning. How is he so chipper? "Hey, Benny." "I bet I know why you're calling," he sings. "People Magazine's Sexiest Man Alive is playing Razor, and you want to come up to Hollywood to celebrate tonight." Oliver turns to look at me, eyes wide. I hold up a finger indicating I'll update him in a second. "I'm already up in Hollywood," I say, "but I'm headed home. Austin didn't mention the script last night when I saw him. Probably because he knew you'd ask to read it on the spot and then would request edits before it went out, but it was already out." I chew my lip, suppressing a grin. "What happens now?" "I release a statement on your behalf," he says. "How's this? Management has confirmed Lorelei Castle is absolutely delighted with the casting news." I wait for the rest of it and realize that's all there is. Across the room, Oliver seems to go through the same process before tilting his head like, not so bad. It accurately shows my level of engagement on the media side. "That's perfect, actually," I say. "I am delighted with the news. I also don't really think I need to be interviewed, but Benny, can you really push for them to send me the script today? If they want my polish on it, and I hope that's code for letting me edit with a scalpel, then I should see it sooner rather than later. I have other things due and will need to get my time organized." "I'm already on it. Go do your thing. You'll be mobbed at your signings from here on out, and all I ask is that you kick ass when you're expected to." I thank him, blow a kiss through the phone, and set it down on my bed. My hand is shaking. "I wasn't sure I loved Benny," I tell him, "but I do. I don't know what I would do without him right now." "They cast it?" Oliver asks. "And Austin didn't mention anything last night." When Oliver and I left the party, we mostly left the subject of the movie behind. "Austin mentioned they were talking to people. Langdon said he's tinkering with a draft. I guess when these conversations happen, things move quickly, or," I add, thinking on it some more, "they never really gave me the full story to begin with." I lift my hands in front of my face and watch them, still shaking like leaves. It feels like my brain needs a moment to catch up. "Come on," he says with a calming smile. "Get dressed and let's talk about this downstairs. I'm starving." I grab my clothes from my overnight bag and slip into the bathroom, pulling my hair up in a bun, dressing simply in jeans and a white t-shirt. When I come out, Oliver is standing at the window, looking out. He's wearing a dark blue shirt that's worn over time, making it thin and soft on his back. I can see the muscles defining his shoulders, can see the sturdy lines of his torso. My heart does this dipping, squeezing thing that nearly makes me cough. He turns at the choking sound and smiles, walking toward me. "Ready?" I look up at him, but I can't hold my eyes there for very long. He shaved this morning, but even so, I can already see the stubble shadowing his jaw. He's at least 6 inches taller than me, and so I get a good view of his neck, his throat, the curve of his bottom lip. "Ready?" We walk down the carpeted hallway in silence, and Oliver reaches forward to press the elevator call button before stepping back, putting his hand on my lower back. His instincts are so tender. "Do you have a finance person?" I ask him. "I need help." "Yeah, but he's sort of more business. I guess that would work for you," he says, gesturing that I lead us in when the elevator opens for us. "The studio money came in." He nods, watching the floors tick down. "I remember that feeling when my dad died. It's a good thing, but terrifying. I felt like I had to go from being a slacker living with his grandparents and eating tinned baked beans to being a bona fide adult. I didn't really have the mental tools to know how to budget or plan or save." "Yeah," I agree, slumping into him a little. Oliver makes me feel so safe. "So I put it aside until I was ready, until I knew what I wanted to do with it." "The store?" He nods. "You'll figure it out. Just leave it alone until you do." The elevator stops at the 3rd floor and we get out, following a sign to the restaurant. "I should probably get a new car," I tell him. He laughs. "And I do know I want to get my own place." Oliver goes quiet for a few steps and then asks, "A house?" "I think so." And then my brain trips on the thought, because Oliver has his own house, and if anything happened with us and it became more, would we live together? Would we want to own 2 houses? "I can help you look," he says, popping the rapidly expanding balloon of my thoughts. We walk into the restaurant and are seated at a table facing Santa Monica Boulevard. Oliver and I have had meals together dozens of times, but it's different right now, and I'm terrible at this kind of situation, so I have no idea if it's all in my head. Maybe because I'm letting in this floodgate of feelings, everything feels loaded and special. What would Harlow do, I wonder? She would ask. She would say, "Is everything okay?" Is it really that simple? "Is everything okay?" I ask, giving it a try. Oliver looks up at me, brows pulled together in question. "I mean, after last night?" He smiles and puts his menu down. "Everything is brilliant." Harlow would elaborate. Harlow would explain why she asked. Hell, Harlow would probably be in his lap right now. "Okay, good," I say, turning my eyes down to study the long list of waffle choices. I can feel his eyes on me a little longer, and then he picks up his menu again. I put my menu down. "It's already different," I say. "It's not," he says immediately, and when I look up at him, I see he's smiling. He expected this version of my panic. I laugh. "It is." Shaking his head, he looks back at the menu and mumbles, "You're a head case." "You're a jerk," I shoot back. The waitress comes by and fills our coffee cups. Oliver watches me with a smile while I forego the buffet and order pancakes. He orders pancakes and eggs. She leaves and he plants his forearms on the table, leaning in. "What do you want, Lola?" Way to start small, Ozzy. "What do I want?" I mumble, pulling my coffee closer. "I want to feel a better sense of what shape my life is taking. I want to draw every single story my brain is churning up right now. I want to have Oliver and not lose him. I don't know." I pour 3 creams into my mug. He exhales, a tiny, skeptical sound, and nods. "You don't know." I look up at the sound of him scratching his jaw, the stubble scritching against his short fingernails. "I'm fine. I want to make out until my lips are raw from the scrape of that stubble. I want him to fuck me into next week. I want the press of his cock to wake me up in the middle of the night." "Well, Lola, love, you let me know when you figure it out," he says. The tip of his tongue peeks out to wet his lips, and he sees me watching. He knows. It's that easy? That's it? That's it. I realize he's walked over to my side of the court and carefully placed the ball directly in the center. "You're a jerk," I repeat quietly, fighting my grin. I adore him so much. It's this massive, blooming emotion making my cheeks heat and my stomach curl with pleasure. I don't know how I'll manage once I let go of the rope and float. The panel shows the girl holding a glowing meteorite in her hands. Oliver lifts his coffee to his mouth, smiling. I fall asleep in the car somewhere near Long Beach, and Oliver gently jostles me awake when he's parked just outside the store. "Thanks for the ride," I say as he pulls my duffel bag from the trunk. He sets it down on the curb and digs one hand into his jeans, tugging them down at the waist. His boxers are red today. Stomach flat, hips defined. "Thanks for coming with me," I say, blinking to the side in a completely unsubtle attempt to stop trying to get an eyeful of Happy Trail. I wouldn't have had nearly as much fun by myself. "Anytime," he says, adding in a nerdy voice, "I think you're wonderful, Lorelei." I smile up at him. "I think you're wonderful too, Oliver." He surprises me, cupping my face and bending to press his lips to my cheek. It's far too close to my mouth to be innocent, but not actually touching my lips. It doesn't quite count as a kiss, does it? My pulse explodes in my neck, and I have to hold my breath to keep from making a sound. He holds there for the length of a slow, quiet inhale before moving away. "So," I say, "maybe we can hang out later?" "Did you guys just kiss?" On instinct, we both practically explode apart and turn to see not Joe squinting at us. His hair is a total wreck, more spiky cactus than mohawk, and his shirt is on backwards. "No," I tell him. "We were just... Okay, maybe we were about to kiss, fucking not Joe." "God damn it," he half yells, half groans. "If you're not making out, then move out of the way so I can get in. I need to lie down." It's Monday, the only day of the week the store is closed, so Oliver unlocks the door and we watch not Joe stumble over to the reading nook. I need to start using a hurricane naming system for my hangovers, he mumbles, stretching out on the couch. I'm calling this one Abby. She's a total whore. Oliver watches Not Joe with a justifiable degree of wariness. I'd give 8-to-1 odds Not Joe is going to barf on the furniture. What are you even doing here? I ask him. Why aren't you at home? I think someone needed his wallet. Oliver picks it up from behind the counter and tosses it onto Not Joe's chest. There you go, Ace. Too loud, Not Joe groans. Too bright. I think this is what autism feels like. Oliver barks out a horrified laugh before saying, Motherfuck, Joe, you can't say shit like that. You can't tell me I'm wrong. With a small, exasperated shake of his head, Oliver moves behind the counter to put on some music. Journey blasts through the store and Oliver pulls out his air guitar. Yes! I air drum on the counter. What the fuck, man? Not Joe rolls over, face first, into the cushion. Oliver walks around to the reading nook and yells, Time to rock out! Right next to his head. Not Joe convulses into a tiny ball and I burst out laughing. Is this revelation? I ask Oliver. He nods, tongue poking out as he tears through a guitar solo. Have you ever thought about that, though? I ask, and Oliver walks back around the counter to turn it down a little. Thought about what? When I look at him, wide grin, fingers flying in a ridiculous air guitar, lip curled like a rocker, I realize his glasses break up his looks, cool them down, add ice to the glass. Without them, he's all bone structure and color, brilliant blue eyes, warm lips, coffee brown stubble. Steve Perry versus Arnold Pineda. At his confused expression, I explain. The guy on YouTube who gained a following for covering Journey songs, then eventually became the new lead singer for the band. Oliver's head bobs in an enthusiastic nod along with the music. All right, I think I heard about that. I mean, would you rather see the real thing or the best tribute band? Wait, I thought you meant Arnold Pineda is the real Journey. I make a play-exasperated face. You know what I mean. He shrugs. I guess it depends on who we're talking about. Dylan? From the couch, Not Joe moans a little, and opens one eye. He looks at us momentarily, blinking slowly, resulting in the most awkward three-person silent stare in modern history. Eventually, he rolls his head to hide his face and returns to his hangover. Oh, come on, Oliver says, shaking his head and returning to our debate. Bob Dylan is a legend. Besides, everyone is a Dylan tribute band. Okay then, I say. What about Heart? You could get these young chicks belting out Barracuda, or you could get the Wilson sisters in their 60s. Oliver looks horrified. You are a terrible feminist. Laughing, I tell him, this isn't about feminism. I'm just saying, imagine a reality show where they make the band compete with the tribute band. How much would you hate to have this amazing 40-year career and then compete with your tribute band? He walks over to me, musses my hair. This is why I could never leave you. I freeze, my breath catching in my throat as the cautious part of my brain snaps to attention again. My reaction must be written all over my face because Oliver knows immediately what he's done. Fuck, Lola. He wraps his arms around my shoulders, pulling my face to his neck. I just meant you were being rather sweet. Of course I would never leave you. And it's true, I tell myself. He means it. Will you two just bone and get it over with? Not Joe groans from the couch. Jesus Christ, someone needs to christen the storage room. We pull apart, but it's different. Our hands slide apart more slowly. Palms, then fingers, then fingertips. I need to go make some calls, I tell him. What are you doing later? He shrugs, looks at my mouth. Dunno yet. I walk backward toward the door, watching his slow-growing smile. Something clicks over in me. I bend and pick up the proverbial ball from the middle of the court. Okay, I'll check in with you in a bit.
Chapter 8. Oliver. I've learned that Lola rarely does anything on impulse. Our Vegas wedding aside, she takes her time, be it seconds or days, to weigh every angle of a situation. I've never known anyone so deliberate. The first time I noticed this, we were at the beach on a perfect August night. Her book had just been released that day, and already it was topping the charts in her genre. Drunk, I'd sprinted to the water and kicked off my shoes before diving fully clothed into the surf. Lola had been drunker than I, but she'd staggered toward the foamy edge of the water and hesitated, teetering on her toes, before plunking down onto her bum on the sand.
"I don't have clothes to change into,"
she'd slurred. She'd fallen back, arms outstretched against the sand.
"I'll be wet and sandy."
"You're sandy now," I pointed out, pushing the dripping bulk of my hair off my forehead.
"But I'm not wet, and I don't have clothes at your house."
I'd wanted to celebrate with beer and declarations and some rowdy fucking. I'd wanted to say, "Fuck it, Lola. You can wear my clothes, or you can wear nothing at all." But I hadn't, and I hadn't because I knew already not to push. She didn't want to swim, didn't want to trip home in soggy clothes that seemed to weigh 80 pounds. It's this trait that makes it easier for me to let her walk out of the store. After she's asked me what I'm doing tonight with such intent, I have to step behind the counter to let my body calm. And it helps me understand why every interaction with her the past week feels like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But when she texts me only 15 minutes later, asking if she can come over later, I feel in the pounding of my heart that Lola has reached a decision. I just have to hope it's the one that I want. I text back a simple, "Sure." Only 3 hours later, the doorbell rings as Ansel reaches for his keys. "Expecting company?" he says, and looks in the direction of the door before turning back to me. He stopped by to borrow my wet vac for the new house, and stayed for about an hour, waxing on about the place, wanting to get Mia knocked up, all sorts of utopian Ansel dreams. Lola's silhouette is clearly visible through the window, and this is exactly the reason I've been trying to get him out of here before she showed up. "Just dinner with Lola," I tell him. "Just dinner with Lola," he repeats with a smug tilt of his mouth. "Go home, Ansel." "I'm going," he says, and laughs to himself the entire way down the hall. I open the door and my heart jumps at the sight of her standing there, dressed like she's just come from some sort of media interview or event. "Oliver's grouchy tonight," Ansel tells her.
"Is he?" she says. "I was going to suggest we play some poker, but now I'm not sure this competitive maniac could handle it."
"Get him drunk and take all his money. It's the least he deserves." She turns her smile on me, obviously pleased with this idea.
"I was planning on it."
I give her a small grin. "Best of luck." "As much as I would love to stay and watch what I'm certain will be a bloodbath, I'm taking Mia to dinner." "Goodbye, friends," Ansel says, and bends to kiss her quickly on the cheek. I'm almost certain I hear the words, "Finish him," before Ansel is bounding down the front porch, and it's just the two of us. Again. Lola walks into the house past me, and there's something new in the way she moves. Something more feminine, more aware. "All good?" I ask. Near the kitchen, she turns and looks at me.
"All good."
She slides her thick hair behind her ears. It immediately falls forward again, and she grins up at me, looking even younger than she is.
"Did you have a nice visit with Ansel?"
I give her a confused smile. "Yes, it was a nice visit." Her smile stays put, eyes glued to me.
"I'm glad you guys got to see each other today."
"What's going on with you? You're as terrible at small talk as my Aunt Rita from Brisbane." With a laugh, she turns into the kitchen, and I hear the refrigerator open, bottles clinking, and the door closing again.
"Maybe I'm nervous,"
she calls. My pulse is rolling thunder in my neck. "Nervous about what?" There's more rustling in the kitchen, more glass, and the sound of liquid being poured before she returns. In a few of those long, hip-swinging strides, Lola hands me a beer and a shot of tequila and looks up at my face.
"We have a lot to talk about tonight,"
she says. I swallow, wanting to melt into her. Smiling reflexively with her this close, I say, "We do?" She nods, using her free pinky to free a strand of hair from where it's caught on her lip.
You said a lot of interesting things up in L.A.
Surely nothing you didn't already suspect, I say quietly.
I may not have suspected it, she says,
mimicking the low volume of my words and looking at my mouth for a lingering moment before blinking back up to my eyes.
But I've wanted to hear it for a long time.
I open my mouth to respond, but she cuts in, brighter now.
But rule number 1 tonight, no making out.
She takes the shot and winces, chasing it with a swig of beer. I choke on my own shot, coughing.
Pardon? You heard me, she says.
I take a long pull of my beer and swallow through a grimace.
No making out when? Once we're drunk, she explains. I want to talk.
My chest feels too full for everything inside it. Lungs, heart, the expanding emotions inside don't leave enough room to breathe. Is this it? Is it happening now? I reach for a strand of her hair and ask, is there a rule number 2 in case rule number 1 gets broken? Her smile is a slow-growing work of magic.
Don't be cute.
Smiling back, I whisper,
I'll try.
Every single drop of blood in me is rioting.
Fucking finally.
What's happening here, Lola love? She gives me an innocent shrug.
We're playing poker.
I'll clean the floor with you, I warn, before tilting my bottle to my lips and sipping my beer again. She watches me swallow.
You can clean the floor with all of your clothes while I watch.
I raise an eyebrow at her and she adds,
We're playing strip poker.
With a surprised laugh, I say, we really do have a lot to discuss tonight if we're playing strip poker, but we can't make out. Lola turns and retrieves a deck of cards from the drawer in the kitchen, and then gestures for me to join her at the dining room table. This all feels so sudden, but at the same time it seems I've waited an eternity for this. I want the friendship barrier to dissolve. I want the next step, and the one after that. Lola has entered my house like a bulldozer, and although I've never seen her like this, not in a million years would I try to slow her down. A determined Lola is a sight to behold. She pats the tabletop to rouse me from my thoughts, and I blink, carrying my beer to the table. Sitting across from her, our eyes lock, and neither of us breaks the tension by looking away. We've danced around each other for so long, and I swear my skin is on fire, my brain thrumming as I wonder how this night will unfold.
Ante up,
she whispers, reaching beneath her hair to remove her earrings. She drops them in the center of the table and looks up at me expectantly. I glance down at what I've got on. A watch, jeans, a shirt, belt, glasses. I'm not even wearing shoes or socks. This seems a little uneven.
Lucky me.
She has no idea that I consider myself the lucky one, to have earned her trust, to have earned her affection, to witness her take charge attitude. I smile at her, wanting to just say it again right here. I love you. Instead, I unfasten my watch and drop it on the table, as she begins to deal out 5 cards each. We look at our cards, shifting them into our preferred order, and holy fuck, I have 2 fucking pair. 2 jacks, 2 3s, and a 7.
Your actual poker face is so bad, she says, giggling. This is the shock of a lifetime.
I may get you naked with this one hand, I say, waving my cards at her and feeling everything inside me pull to the middle in a warm tightness when I see she catches my double meaning. I'm going to open. I reach for my belt, slowly pulling it free and coiling it before dropping it in the center of the table. See or fold, Castle?
Do you know if we'd stayed married, I would be Lorelei Lore?
I nod. Thought about it once or twice, though I always assumed you'd keep your name.
I'm traditional in weird ways,
she says, putting her cards face down. Just when I think she's folded, she reaches for the hem of her sweater and pulls it up and over her head. She's wearing nothing but a bra beneath.
Raise or call,
she tells me, and I realize I'm staring. Looking down at my cards, I know I really could get most of her clothes off right now, but I need to savor this as much as I can. Call. I lay the 7 face down and she hands me a fresh card. I peek at it. The 3 of hearts. And now I've got a full house. She gives herself 3 new cards, the maximum, and grimaces.
Oof.
You've also got a terrible poker face. Lola looks up at me, saying,
You can raise if you want.
My shirt is off, dropped in the middle of the table. You can fold if you want. Her bra comes off, landing on top of my shirt, and I stutter out a few sounds before reaching for my beer with a shaking hand. I can barely process the sight of her bare breasts. They're so full, so firm. My mouth waters, and I rest my lips against my beer, but don't manage to tilt it fully to get a sip.
You're staring,
she whispers. I can't help it. You just took off your bra.
Let's see your cards.
What cards? I blink hard, squeezing my eyes closed, and then look down at my hand again before laying it on the table. She groans, showing me a pair of 4s and then a trio of missuited Jack, Ace, and 6. Dropping her head onto her arms, she shakes with laughter, looking back up only when she hears me sweeping the pile of clothes over, closer to me. I put my shirt, belt, and watch back on. I put her bra on my head, her sweater around my shoulders, and her earrings stay on the table near my beer. When she sits up, her long dark hair slides over her shoulders, covering her breasts. It's the contrast of the black against her milky skin, the way the ends of her hair just cover her nipples. Now I know why this view of a woman has been drawn a million times. Her voice cuts into my trance.
Staring again.
Still braless.
I lied,
she says, rubbing her finger absently across her lower lip. The way she says it tells me it's a game, at least a little. When?
When I pretended I didn't want to kiss you.
I feel my brows pull together. The no make-out rule?
That.
She drops her eyes to where her finger traces circles on the tabletop.
And every time I saw you.
My arteries can't dilate fast enough for how much blood rushes into my system, and I feel lightheaded. Come here. She shakes her head, pushing the stack of cards to me before standing to get us each another beer.
Your deal.
After another round loaded with innuendo and tension, Lola loses, but this time is smart enough to only ante up her shoes before she folds. The next hand, she wins back her earrings and my watch, but after that, she loses both of these things as well as her socks. You've only got 2 more items, if my calculations are correct, I tell her while I watch her shuffle the deck. Pants and whatever you've got beneath. She laughs.
I don't mind the jeans, but I can't lose my underwear.
Then you've got nowhere to go. It's my turn to open after the deal. She ponders this, eyes warm with the effects of 2 beers consumed relatively quickly.
Text Harlow. Have her tell us what the consequence is for losing. Don't let her know who's losing, though.
I nod, reaching for my phone and sending the question to Harlow. We need a consequence for losing at poker. One of us is out of clothing. Barely 30 seconds pass before she answers.
Dance on her goddamn lap, kid.
Laughing, I tell Lola. She thinks this is my punishment, not yours.
What did she say?
I'll tell you when you lose. Lola slides her losing hand into the middle of the table, looking up at me with fear in her eyes.
Wait, I need another beer before I hear this. Oh, God.
You're going to need music, too. Her eyes go wide before she grabs another beer from the middle of the table, chugging it down, then picking up my phone. She knows my passcode, entering it without thinking. Her mouth drops open when she reads Harlow's text.
I'm not going to do that.
Then give me your underwear.
Fuck no.
laugh, standing and walking over to the stereo. Do you want rock and roll or something more club appropriate? She groans.
Oliver, I've never in my life given a lap dance.
Club it is, I crow, pressing play. Walking back, I nearly trip at the full view of Lola standing near the dining table. I couldn't see her from the waist down when we were sitting, but Lord. Lola is in nothing but her underwear. Black silk. Minuscule. Her body is so smooth. I want to sink my teeth into the soft flesh of her upper thigh. My skin is on fire. I can feel my pulse in my throat as I lower myself into a chair. She smacks my arms as I tuck my shaking hands beneath my legs.
You even know protocol.
So do you, it would seem. Lola steps closer, staring down at me.
Why couldn't you have been the one who lost?
Her knees touch mine, and I feel the pressure reverberate along every inch of my legs. Wouldn't be nearly as good now, would it?
Is it weird to see me topless?
She asks, sliding one leg to the side of mine, and then moving closer, straddling me. It's hard to breathe, hard to think. I look up and down the length of her body. Her waist is narrow, hips perfectly curved. She has a tattoo along her side that I can't read in the dim light, but I'll read it later. Right now, I'm one breath away from putting my face in her tits. It's fucking bliss, is what it is. The music rolls through the room, slowly taking over my pulse, until it seems to do the same with Lola, and her hips tentatively rock forward and back. Her hands come around my shoulders, anchoring there.
Lola,
I whisper, just do whatever you're comfortable doing. She leans in, looking at my eyes so closely as if searching for a stray eyelash, to steal a wish. Her gaze swims a little, but I like tipsy Lola. She cracks out of her shell and looks at the world around her. Right now, I want to be that entire world. I want to be all she sees. What's your tattoo? I ask. She licks her lips and studies my mouth as she answers.
It is better to light a candle than curse the darkness.
I scan my thoughts to place the quote, but with her nearly naked body over mine, the smell of her shampoo, her skin, and even the hint of her lust, I'm obliterated.
What is it from? The goddess of wit. The woman who made generations of women put on their big girl pants. Eleanor Roosevelt.
Lola anchors her hands on the back of the chair and tilts her head as she moves. The heat of her body against me makes my words come out thick. How old were you when you got it?
17.
Her hair slides over her shoulder, tickling along my bare arm. When her eyes lock on mine, my chest clutches at how her makeup is smudged slightly, making her appear sweetly rumpled, as if I've already had my way with her. Just the thought tips me into a desperate, trembling sort of hunger.
Is this awkward?
She whispers. My words are propelled by an incredulous burst of air. Fuck no! Her brow twitches.
You mean because you're used to having half-naked friends dancing on your lap?
I think you are at least one article of clothing past half-naked, I tease. And perhaps more than a little past, friend. She stares down at me, worrying her lip with her teeth. It's not awkward because it's you, Lola love, and you look amazing half-naked. A long stretch of silence passes where she's still just looking at me, staring, eyes fixed on mine, but it isn't static. It's an enormous transition in her expression from playful to sincere, and watching each step seems to pluck at a vibrating, urgent thread between my ribs.
Are you hard?
She lowers her hips and slides over me, just once. Oh, fuck. I lose my breath when my heart climbs into my throat. She knows I am. My cock is rigid and pressed right against her. Are you wet? I volley back. I know she is. When she rocks forward again, I can feel it in the easy slide of her over me. She laughs and her attention shifts from my eyes back to my lips. She's so close. It isn't just a flicker of her gaze. It's an intentional drop, a mile-long stretch that seems to take forever as she looks at my nose, my cheeks, my lips, then snags there. If she looked any lower, she would no doubt see my pulse frozen in my throat.
"Are you thinking of kissing me?"
she asks. I stare right back at her mouth, lick my lips. Are you thinking of being kissed?
"Will you answer any question I ask?"
Yes, but only that one. She gives me my favorite laugh, the quiet thrust of breath from her mouth, the sound she probably doesn't even know she makes. And then she bends, time stops, and after a tiny beat of hesitation, where she holds her breath, Lola presses her full lips to mine. Warm, soft, and just the tiniest bit wet. It's the sweetest first kiss I've ever had. Lola gives me a blissful few introductory kisses before the eventual parting of her lips and the careful capture of my bottom lip between hers. When she sucks, gently bites, and makes a tiny rough growl, I am wrecked. When the tip of her tongue grazes mine, my heart seems intent on punching its way out of my chest. I am totally fucking ruined. I can barely keep my hands beneath my thighs on the chair when she pulls away, licking her lips.
"I kissed you,"
she whispers. My voice shakes. I thought we weren't allowed to do that. With a tiny one-shouldered shrug, she whispers,
"I think I'm going to do it again."
My pulse is hammering so hard, I can barely manage an okay. When she comes back, I groan, pulling my hands free and so desperate for the taste of her that I stretch forward, meeting her halfway with my palms cupping her face. It's explosive. The feel of our skin touching just here. I perceive the kiss in every tiny hollow part of me, filling me up with her sweetness and lust and abandon. I want to devour Lola, but this first series of kisses is remarkably gentle, aimless. Everything wild and tense is held in our muscles, in the tight clench of my quads under her ass, and my hands barely holding her face, in her hands in fists in the shirt at my shoulders, her legs trembling over me. It feels like sex, the way she's kissing me, the way her tongue slides across mine, but slower and infinitely more innocent.
"I can't believe you're doing this,"
I murmur into her mouth.
"I've wanted this for so long."
The words cause her to tense, and she sits back, blinking slowly.
"Will this mess everything up?"
I move my hands from her face and rest them, carefully, on the outside of her thighs. "It can make everything better. We can do whatever you want." I stretch to kiss her again, repeating, "Whatever you want. We can put on a movie and relax. We can stay here and kiss. We can play some more cards." The clock in the hall must tick at least 100 times before Lola speaks.
"I don't want to stay out here and play cards."
My lungs have evaporated. "Okay," I agree.
"Or watch a movie."
I nod, choking on my own breath. "Whatever you want, pet."
"And I don't want to just kiss."
She stands, pulling me up with her. We're so close my exhales puff against her hair as she stares, wide-eyed, up at me. Her hand comes down the inside of my arm, fingers curling with mine, and she turns, tugging me down the hall.
Chapter 9. Lola. I've only been in Oliver's room one other time, when he was fixing something in the garage and needed me to grab his phone from his dresser, but I didn't take the time to look around and take in how he'd put his secret space together. That time it felt too personal to be in his sanctuary. I located the phone and dashed out. Back then, too, I hadn't really let the enormity of my feelings sink in. We were still just friends. Being in his room wasn't intense because he would be naked here or sleep here. It just felt like a level of personal that Lola plus Oliver didn't do. But right now, after that perfect kiss, After the feel of him rock hard beneath me and knowing what we're about to do in this room, my heart is a banging drum in my ear. This is really happening. I'm not dreaming. Oliver's hand is wrapped around mine. The memory of his mouth still makes my lips tingle, and his bed is mere feet from where we stand. It's on the far side of the room, near the window that overlooks the ocean, which is a couple of blocks away. His window is open, and it smells like salt water and ocean air and the clean pine scent of his laundry detergent. I lead him over and with a shaking hand pull back the covers and carefully slide in. His sheets are clean, the cotton cool beneath my back, and it makes my skin feel charged. Oliver watches me turn and lie down and waits only a moment before he moves, slowly prowling over me and settling between my legs. His expression is so full of wonder when he looks down at me, it gives me a dizzying rush of power. He wants this as much as I do. I knew it because he'd told me, but until just tonight, I didn't truly believe. The cold of the sheets is gone in only seconds, and I'm too warm in an excited, frantic sort of way. The prick of sweat rises on my neck, down my chest. My nipples feel swollen and sensitive, and the heat of his skin when I rub against him pulls a soft gasp from my mouth. Lola. My name is an urgent whisper on his lips, and I reach up, pulling his glasses from his face. He takes them from me and slides them onto the nightstand with so much caution that I wonder if he also feels so deliberate in every movement. It's like moving through water. There, I say when he turns back to me. While my eyes adjust to the darkness of his room, I let my fingertips trace the outline of his face, the sharp line of his jaw. He's angles and slopes. His skin is smooth along his cheeks, rough along his jaw. I stretch into him, pressing my bare chest to his, and Oliver lets out a shaking groan, sliding his hand down my side, along my thigh to my knee, where he pulls my leg over his hip. Beneath the denim of his jeans, his cock is rigid against me, and I feel the shape of it as we press together and apart, rocking. You sure? He whispers. I'm sure. The panel shows them prone, entwined, afire. My breaths are violent jerks, sucked in by necessity and pushed out by a wild beast in my chest. I'm completely naked except for the cotton of my underwear, and I relish the scratch of the denim on the soft skin of my thighs, but I want to feel him. The warmth, the skin, the tickle of hair. While his mouth plays along my neck to my collarbone and over the top swell of my breast, I slip my fingers between our bodies, unfasten his jeans, and work them as far as I can down his hips. I feel the rumbling groan in his chest before I hear it. He rocks his hips forward, making me gasp sharply when he presses himself, now only in his boxers, directly against my clit. Oliver bends to move his mouth up my neck in a hot trail of teeth and lips. Holy fuck, Lola. He cuts himself off when his mouth finds mine, already open and searching for his, and I know the second I taste him that we're skipping the slow exploration. His lips are soft and strong, sliding with mine so urgently we quickly grow messy, teeth grazing and chins captured in the hunger of it. Want hits me like the lash of a whip, propelled by adrenaline. I grip the back of his neck, urging him to kiss me harder, to touch me. The sound I make when his thumb slides across my nipple is nearly one of pain. It pulls every nerve ending into a tight bunch, stroking me into fire, and he does it again and again in small, pressing circles. My heart pounds beneath his hand as he holds me there for his mouth and bends, sucking wetly, biting sharply, and his hips press forward and back, pushing himself right up against my clit until I'm scratching at his shoulders, trying to get his weight to push me into the mattress, push my legs farther apart, push into me. I tickle my fingers down his stomach, feeling both frantic and terrified. Yeah, touch me, he begs into my open mouth. I slip my hand inside and gasp at the warmth. He's urgent in my grip and exactly how I imagined he would feel, silken skin wrapped tight around iron and fire. Oliver's face falls in relief as I stroke him, gently slipping his foreskin down and up over the crown, and he begins to move forward and back, lips distracted and hungry over mine. The last 8 months have been the slowest, most torturous foreplay, and there's a fever beneath my skin that makes me impatient, lets me release him only long enough for him to push his boxers down far enough for him to kick them and his jeans the rest of the way off. He's unable to remain still over me, stubbly jaw raising across my sensitive nipples as he kisses down my ribs, under my arm, teeth scraping over my bicep as he rocks into my hand. He fumbles between us, pulling my underwear down so I can free one leg, and then his fingers are there. sliding over and into me, and it's like being plugged into the solar system. Everything inside me is light and fire, and I'm squirming under him to get there because already I'm close. I want to know what he feels, how he feels when he's touching me, and I'm there too, one finger twisted around his, and he laughs into a kiss, telling me how amazing it is. How can he find words when I'm completely speechless? His thumb grazes my clit again and again, and I'm so swollen and desperate and pushing up off the bed so he can reach deeper with his forever long fingers. His cock brushes against our hands, and then he shifts his hips and moves our fingers out of the way, and then it's there, closer, and with a tiny, synchronized catch in our breath, he's pushing forward and he slides into me. "Oh, fuck," he says, and Lola, oh, fuck me, oh, fuck me. And it turns to frenzy. He's moving. Not just moving, but absolutely fucking me. And it's Oliver, and he's inside me already, and he's moving so deep in and out, groaning into my neck. Oliver plants his knees into the mattress and moves. There is nothing but sound in the darkness around us. The headboard slams against the wall. The hinges of the bed groan in protest. He's grunting in my ear because it's work fucking me like this, fast and messy. His fingers slip over my chin and my mouth, and he's following with his tongue, licking my taste from my skin. We're laughing into kisses because it's good. It's so good. And my hands are everywhere between us, his chest and hips and stomach and the base of his cock. Somewhere deep down, I knew it would be like this. I did. In the corners where I let myself imagine being close to anyone in this way, it was him. Always the fantasy had a flash of dark hair tucked into my neck, long fingers wrapped around my hip, his mouth curved into a knowing smile when I start to come. Oh, God! My words are cut off by pleasure. Smoke runs through my veins, hot and weightless, until I feel like I'm floating, grappling for him with hands and nails, begging with unintelligible sounds to keep doing whatever he's doing that's already so good, please. I'm screaming under him, so loud I hear the echo bounce sharply back to me. Pleasure fills every limb until I'm mindless and I'm melting, burning, dissolving into relief. His rhythm is frantic through my orgasm, but as soon as I quiet, choking for air, he's jerking back and pulling out so abruptly I feel immediately hollow. Fuck, he gasps, sitting back on his heels with his chest heaving as he wipes a hand down his face. He bends, tucking his chin to his chest as he takes several gasping breaths. Panic and bliss react oddly in my blood, and I can barely find the words to ask, "What's wrong?" He curls a shaking palm around my thigh. "I'm not wearing a rubber. I nearly came." My heart is pounding, skin damp with sweat, and I'm reeling from the reality of what just happened. We just had sex. We fell into his bed, and with only a few minutes, we were completely fucking. Instinctively, I reach to touch his forearm when he smooths his hands up and down my spread thighs. "Did you come?" he whispers. I still can't really find words, so I nod and manage, "Yes, God." In fact, I think I nearly passed out. His hand moves up my hip, over my stomach to my breast, where he covers me with a warm palm. I can't believe, he swallows, closing his eyes, "that we're..." Now that my eyes have fully adjusted in the darkness, I can see more of his body. It was one thing to see him in his underwear in the bright light of daytime in my living room, but it's nothing compared to the shape of him over me in the shadows, kneeling between my spread legs. I take in the expanse of his torso, the ridges of his abdomen, the sharp curve of his hips, leading down to the heavy, wet weight of his cock. His thumb strokes over my nipple in tight, pressing circles. I thought I would savor it more the first time if we ever did this. Coherent thoughts are tiny, buzzing flies in the background. I feel too crazy right now to savor. "Me too," he admits, laughing. "Clearly." I want him back where he was 20 seconds ago, covering me in his weight and his sweat and pivoting his hips between my legs. Sitting up, I cup the back of his neck, kissing his swollen, wet mouth before asking, "Do you have condoms?" "Yeah." His fingers slide between my legs, mouth moving with mine in deep, searching kisses. When I reach for him, he's covered in me, and I relish the wet slide of my hand up and down, and the way he moans into my mouth, nearly whimpering. His free hand comes around mine, not guiding, just feeling the way my fingers wrap around him the same way mine did earlier, for a few long strokes before he begins to move with me, kisses growing more urgent as he leans in, nearly sliding back inside. "Hurry," I whisper. and he shushes me with his lips. Hang on, he says, gently pulling my hand away. Hang on. I want to slow down and feel all of this. His kisses narrow into small, sweet tastes of my mouth. I don't want to come as fast as I will if we fuck like that again. I don't know how sex with Oliver can ever be slow now that I know how it feels when he's unhinged. Forever, now, when he tries to be gentle, I won't have it. No, I don't think. I know how you feel when you absolutely fuck me. He reaches for the bedside table, fumbling with a box that I notice, with a small rush of satisfaction, was sealed shut. Returning with a foil packet, he drops it on the bed beside me. When I reach for it, he covers my hand with his before covering my lips with his smile. Wait. He laughs into a kiss. Wait. Lowering his body over mine, he bends and kisses me, slowing me down, heating me up, showing me what it feels like to savor. The full mouth, his shoulders, and the strong, ropey lines down his arms, the lean muscles of his back, his ass bunching in my palms as he slides wetly across me, fucking me on the outside. The soft, dark trail of hair pressing against my navel. We aren't having sex yet, but we are. Penetration is a technicality at this point, and I feel in his gaze that he's telling me something with every kiss, every slide of skin over skin. He watches me in a way that feels like he's seeing more than my face, looking up at his, or my breasts shifting with his movements. He's seeing me. The heat of it makes me wild, like skin singed, blood simmering. I feel like we have forever to savor, I whine quietly. He reaches for the condom, putting it in my palm and kneeling between my legs. I know. I tear it open, feeling it briefly to orient myself. I'm suddenly nervous and know my hands are a little fumbly, my fingers unpracticed at this. It's been a while since I did this. He smiles but says nothing, holding his breath as he watches me cover the head, anchor the condom with one hand, and roll it all the way down with the other. There's a good couple of inches of him left uncovered, and I feel the skin there, marveling until he leans forward, hands planted beside my head. I can tell he wants to say something, but I also get the sense that it's nearly too much to articulate without sounding trite or overly sentimental. It's probably why I'm not saying much either. When he leans in, kissing me softly, he asks, "You want me like this?" I assume he means on top of me again. Yeah. His cock feels warmer than any other part of him, like fire barely contained. The feel of it in my hand makes everything inside turn liquid, makes my brain turn fuzzy. I close my eyes, bite my lip as I guide him in, shutting off some of my senses so I can process how he feels, the stretch of it when he shifts forward and into me. He's shockingly hard where I am so soft and tender, and it crosses wires in my body, makes me feel crazy, makes me wonder whether I could take him everywhere, where else he could possibly fit. He exhales a low curse, pressing his mouth to the skin just below my ear. "Fuck," he says again. When I roll my hips under him, pulling him even deeper, he stops me with a rough hand on my hip. "Wait, I'm too—" I still beneath him, except for the slow roaming of my palms up his back when he pushes himself up onto his hands. It's the most surreal feeling to feel joined to someone else like this, not just rutting or moving together, but actually connected. With a slow exhale, he pulls back slightly and pushes in, groaning and giving in to the act as he starts to really move. And I find I was wrong. Slow and deep is just as perfect as Oliver's frenzied fucking. I'm amazed how he looks, moving over me. I've seen him from every angle a friend could see, standing side by side, seated across a table, in my car or his, on my floor while I've sketched him. I've even had my head in his lap looking up at him and seen him roll out from beneath my car after he's checked a suspicious leak. But I've never seen him like this. Naked, damp with sweat, with his hands propped beside my neck as he stares down the length of our bodies, watching himself. Arms flexed, lips snared between his teeth, enjoying just looking, feeling as he slides lazily forward and back. I close my eyes, let out a tight, choked breath, and his body snaps forward so deep. Lola, fuck, My hands find his hips, guiding him when he falters, and I want him closer, want all of that skin on mine, sliding up and over and all around in me. One hand trails up his side to his shoulder and around to his neck, pulling, urging him lower. Oliver bends, his hair brushing my forehead. I can't believe it. I can't stop looking at you. He's so hard inside, stilling as he catches his breath, and I know it's more from emotion that he's lost it in the first place. This time certainly isn't rigorous sex. It's so slow it's almost embarrassingly intimate. Still, I would have expected to feel self-conscious to look him in the eye while he's inside me. He seems even more naked without his glasses, but it's not weird, not even a little, and in an explosive burst of emotion, I adore him so acutely it's nearly painful. This is the man I've spent nearly every day with, joking, talking, unloading my triumphs and fears. Without warning, my body clutches him, kneading, and he groans, finally bending his elbows and carefully lowering his chest to mine. "Did you know how long I wanted this?" he asks. I smile into his neck before sucking it gently. "No." Harlow says I'm so oblivious it's painful. He laughs, and when I laugh too, he gasps and pulls his hips back, nearly leaving my body before he slides back in so deep. "I didn't think you were interested," I admit. "I asked you to sleep with me that night, you know." He stills, kissing my shoulder. "When I met you, I didn't think you were the kind of girl I'd fall for, because of the Vegas situation. Then you were the kind of girl I'd fall for." His mouth makes its way up my neck to my ear. "And then you were the girl I was falling for. I didn't want our story to start in some cheesy-ass Vegas bullshit. I didn't want to fuck you that night in some crusty hotel room. That's the quickest way to ruin something, by rushing in like that. Not for our gang." He growls out a little laugh. "True." I kiss his neck, sucking. He tastes so good. He's firm and warm, and I imagine biting down onto the smooth, strong skin. "I've loved you for a while now," he says, so simply. God, it's so bare and straightforward, and it makes me want to be brave. I'm terrified of loving him. I don't know how to keep it from happening, though. "You don't have to say it back," he adds in a whisper before kissing the corner of my mouth, and I can tell he's sincere. "I've had feelings for a while, too," I say. And it sounds like a lame admission, but it feels big. I love him for so many reasons. I'm not sure my heart is ready for that kind of love yet. The biggest kind of love. "Have you ever been in love before?" he asks. I swallow thickly before admitting, "No." He hums into my neck, sucking. I want him to move, but I also don't. I've never had a conversation like this at a cafe or in a car, let alone while someone was over me, inside me, moving in a way that makes me want to beg. "Can I make you come again?" he murmurs, sliding closer to me, and I hear his smile in the words. His mouth moves from mine and down, sucking at my jaw. "And then we can talk some more?" I nod, and he shifts over me, back and in, kissing my chin, my cheek, and then my mouth, his hand sliding into my hair, and the other at my hip to hold me in place as he begins to move harder, in earnest. I'm seeing this side of him that feels dirty and secretive, his firm hands, the deep shove of his body in mine, his unapologetically wild mouth. Someday we'll sit with all of our friends and talk about mundane everyday things, while the entire time I'll remember the way he tilts my hips, greedily thrusting into me, fingers slipping between us to rub me, his rasping voice, accent thicker with pleasure when he tells me to keep fucking up into him, that it feels so good he might keep me spread under him all night. He talks about how soft my thighs are, how warm and slippery I feel. He rolls to his side, fucking me hard with my leg over his hip, and he grunts hoarsely with every deep, hard shove. Biting my neck, he wonders absently how it's even possible my cunt feels better than it tastes. My skin ignites, shock and lust curling tight inside me at his words. He grates across my clit again and again, each time with more intent, and I can tell he knows exactly how close I am when he pulls back to watch, his eyes so close to mine, teeth pressed to my jaw as he growls out tiny sounds of encouragement. I close my eyes under the weight of the looming explosion, but he bites down into my jaw, hissing and open, and cupping my ass, rocking me up into him. I gasp, my wide, thrilled eyes meeting his calm, knowing ones, and an electric storm builds in me, curling my spine and pulling my legs apart. He groans when he feels me go off like a bomb all around him. A million tiny eternities pass with his teeth pressed roughly against my jaw, my body liquefying beneath him. The panel shows a girl dissolving into a sky full of stars. Lola. He gasps, hips faltering and then gaining speed, and if he ever managed to iron out that accent, I would crumble. He grunts into my neck, hand moving up my body, gripping my breast somehow too hard and just right, and then he's moaning, "I'm coming. Fuck, here I come. And I feel him shake over me, pushing deep. The sound he makes when he does, a choking, rasping approximation of my name, carves itself deep into my heart. I can hear the ocean in the silence that follows, the distant hum of cars, a palm frond scratching against the side of the house in the wind. Oliver's breath is warm and rapid against my neck, his hand sliding up over my breast and down my waist, along the curve of my hip, my thigh to my knee, and then back again over and over, as if measuring me with long, sure sweeps of his hand. I don't need you to love me yet, Lola, but I can't do casual with you, he whispers when my eyes open and I return to orbit. I'm completely in love with you, and if this is only... My heart catches high in my throat and squeezes so tight I cough. It's not casual. Oliver's eyes stall on my lips, and he grins with relief, kissing me once, softly before pulling out of me, pushing the covers back and sliding the condom off. He reaches for a tissue, and I watch him the entire time. There's so much man to his movements. The easy comfort he has touching his own cock, knowing exactly what to do with the condom, the shadow of dark hair on his chest, the muscular line of his shoulders as he turns and climbs back between the sheets with me. His hand slides down over my stomach and between my legs where I'm still warm from the friction of him pounding into me. I love the possessive, flat plane of his palm, the confident command of his fingers when he touches me. You okay? He murmurs into my neck. Yeah. But my hips instinctively shift away as he slides his fingers inside me. He moves his hand back up my body and he runs his knuckles between my breasts. When was the last time you were with someone? It might feel intrusive or weird to be asked this so soon after sex with any other new lover, but with him, I don't mind the question. I want to unload it all. Every event, everything else that happened before him. We've shared all of the everyday details of ourselves, but not these. The most sacred, the barest. Turning his hand, he brushes the back of his fingers over my breast before sliding the index and middle apart and capping my nipple between them. He bends to lick the very tip. I close my eyes, struggling with the mental calculation while he's doing that. March? March of last year? His fingers tease their way down my ribs, and there's no jealousy in his voice when he asks, Who was he? This guy I saw a few times from my digital cinema class. Was it good? I trace the shape of his jaw from his ear to his chin. One of the times it was pretty good, I guess, I say. The others, it wasn't particularly memorable. I close my eyes, finding bravery. What about you? A woman on the bike trip. This last one, in June? He nods as he kisses my collarbone. It was at the end of May, actually, but yeah, that trip. Before you met me? I know the answer to this. Of course it was before he met me. He met me in Vegas at the end of their journey, but I guess I want to somehow acknowledge that after me, he wasn't with anyone. Albuquerque. She worked at the hotel restaurant. Was it good? I echo. Nothing particularly memorable, he echoes back. For her either, I don't think. We were all pretty lit. He laughs, admitting, I was too drunk to finish. We haven't given these other people names. I can barely remember the last guy's face or how his body felt under my hands. With every possessive touch, Oliver erases the trace of any other men from my skin. No one since? I ask. He smiles as he kisses me. No one since. Is it weird for you to go that long? He answers this with a shrug. I wanted this gorgeous woman named Lorelei Castle too fucking much to play around. I pull back enough to meet his eyes. You've had options. I hear the tiny sting in my voice, jealousy over the could-have-beens. His smile dissolves my tension like sugar in hot water. So few, pet. Fewer. He laughs. Hardly. I have 500 things going on right now. Who wants to put up with that? I do. Oliver's expression straightens and he bends to kiss me again, lips pulling at mine. With a groan, he's over me again, pressing his nose beneath my arm, grating his teeth up over my bicep, sucking each of my fingers and biting the tips. His cock is already an urgent presence between us again, heavy and pressing. He groans when I grab him, shaking as I squeeze and pump. Already, again, it feels feral, grabbing and biting. Oliver flips me to my stomach, sliding his cock between the cleft of my ass as he bends and sucks at the back of my neck, hands coming between my body and the mattress to play with my breasts. His touch is frantic, but somehow assured. There's no, can I, no, do you want? A million tiny fantasies play out with his teeth on my skin and with his hands full of me. I hear the tear foil again, the wet slide of a condom over him, and then he's lifting my hips, thighs still bracketing mine, and he's pushing back into me, groaning at the warmth, the softness, the view he has over and behind me. With my thighs pressed together and the stretch of my body around his, I'm pressing up and grinding and making these wild, desperate sounds, feeling like I might shatter. I am light, shot into a prism, scattering in 1,000 directions. Oliver is riding me, hands curled around my hips as he pistons forward and back, hitting deep. I'm screaming into a pillow, arching at the sensation of his sweat hitting my spine, wanting to spread my legs to take him completely into me, but forced together to hold the pleasure in a tiny radius of contact. It's too much. I need more. Oliver smacks my ass hard, grunting at the surprised clench of my body around his. It's good, he grates out. It's fucking bliss. I nod, pressing into him and feeling like I'm fraying at the edges when he takes my ass in his grip, short nails digging, hips moving wild and fast behind me. His hands spread me, thumbs slide closer, circling. I don't know, I like it, but shh, it's okay. He reaches for my face with his other hand, cupping my cheek and turning me toward him so he can kiss the side of my mouth. You've never... I shake my head. It's okay. His kiss turns wilder, an urgent match struck somewhere inside him. I press into his palm, desperate for more, for his kiss, his weight, the sound of him coming. Whatever you want, he says, his breath warm on my lips. I'll give you whatever you want. I want to see you. Oliver withdraws, rolling me onto my back again. His hands slide from my ankles to my knees, and he cups them from behind, bending them to press them to my chest. His elbows come underneath, hooking, holding me open as he stares, and then slowly eases back into me with a groan. The sound is pain and joy, his relief dragged along the edge of a knife. He fucks me tender, then brutal, hips circling to make me scream before my hands are pinned at the side of my head, and he hits deep in tiny, sharp stabs that shove the breath from my lungs in these blissful, forced gusts. I am mesmerized watching him like this, my calm, gentle friend unleashed. My lover now, so tender with me, so brutal in his drive to make it good. He waits until I'm shaking, until my cries are cut apart by relief, and then he lets himself come again with his mouth open and groaning against mine. Sweaty, chest heaving, Oliver lands heavily on me. As soon as he rolls me to my side and tucks in behind me, exhaustion hits me like a physical blow. His lips press to my neck, voice thick with the approach of sleep. I'm fucking exhausted, but I don't know how long I can sleep knowing you're in my bed. I hum, smiling into the arm he's tucked under my neck and wrapped around my front. I'll wake up wanting more, he whispers with a tiny catch in his voice, part preemptive apology, part warning. His cock is still half hard, pressing warm against my thigh. Me too. I fall asleep feeling my breaths synchronized to the easy rise and fall of his chest behind me. The world invades first with the sound of a car horn, then the wind, then the distant sound of waves. I open my eyes and relish the slow appearance of the sun in the eastern sky. I stretch in Oliver's arms, too warm. Somehow I'm curled up facing him now. He was an octopus in his sleep, endless arms that gripped me deliciously when I tried to move even an inch away. I feel when he wakes, that tiny, startled twitch in his arms around me, and quietly wait for it to become awkward. We left nothing hidden last night. His room smells heavily of sex, and still we're entwined, completely naked. There's a condom wrapper somewhere near my left foot, another visible behind Oliver at the edge of the mattress. Last night comes back to me in scattered flashes of sound and sweat and sensation, the low hiss he made when he pushed inside, the rise and fall of his shoulders as he moved above me, the way his mouth covered mine, tongue skilled and urgent. I ache between my legs. My skin still feels the friction of his hand and mouth all over me. I knew sex could be like that, I just never knew it could be like that for me. He's so solid beside me, so vital. The idea of moving out of the circle of his arms is almost as appealing as cutting off an arm or leg. What happens when emotion is too big? When it fills the chest and the veins and the limbs? I imagine sunshine filling me until I shatter, leaving starburst-coated girl shrapnel strewn across this bed. I close my eyes, mentally drawing the way the sun slants across our bare legs instead. I count to 10 and then 20, focusing on pulling air into my lungs. It will never be what it was before. Oliver and I are forever changed. Something clicks inside me, something permanent and concrete, and it's both thrilling and terrifying. I'm wildly, deeply in love. He lifts his head from where it was buried between my neck and shoulder, kisses me, and whispers, "Good morning, Lola, love." I pull the sheet up over my mouth. "Morning." He kisses me again through the sheet. "I love you, still." He pulls the sheet away, kissing my chin, and watches me as his smile straightens a little but doesn't leave his eyes. "Whatever else you're thinking, that's not changed with the sun up. I loved you before last night. I'll love you tomorrow."